Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The first hint of autumn touched the air as Samuel Morrison guided his weary horse down the gentle slope toward Willow Creek, his shadow stretching long across the meadow grass. At 34, Samuel carried himself with quiet dignity, though the lines around his green eyes spoke of recent sorrows that had yet to fully heal. His dark hair, touched with premature silver, caught the last rays of sunlight, filtering through the cottonwoods that marked the valley's heart. Behind him lay 3 weeks of aimless wandering through territories that had once felt like home but now seemed foreign, as distant countries. The small ranch he had built with Martha, the life they had planned together, the future that had crumbled with her passing, all remained back in Valentine, along with well-meaning neighbors whose sympathy had become too heavy to bear. Sometimes a man needed to lose himself in unfamiliar landscape to find whatever remained of his authentic self beneath accumulated grief. His horse, a patient bay mare named Constance, picked her way carefully down the slope with sure-footed grace that had carried them safely through mountain passes during their wandering journey. Samuel had chosen the route without particular destination, following game trails and old wagon roads that led generally southward toward regions where autumn lingered longer. The valley that opened before them seemed untouched by territorial changes transforming the frontier. No railroad tracks scarred the landscape, no telegraph lines or surveyor's markers indicating future development. Instead, ancient willows traced the meandering path of a creek that caught the evening light like scattered silver coins, while wildflowers nodded in meadows that had known only the gentle pressure of deer hooves and occasional travelers seeking solitude. Samuel drew rein at a natural overlook, allowing both himself and Constance a moment to appreciate the scene below. The creek wound through the valley floor in lazy curves, bordered by stands of willows whose trailing branches created natural curtains that swayed with hypnotic rhythm. Wildflowers dotted the meadows in splashes of late-season color. Purple asters, golden black-eyed Susans, the deep red of Indian paintbrush creating a tapestry of untamed beauty. "Well, girl," Samuel murmured to his mare, stroking her neck, "this looks peaceful enough for tonight." Constance flicked her ears forward, her attention drawn to something Samuel couldn't immediately identify. Following her gaze, he spotted thin smoke rising from beyond a bend in the creek, suggesting another traveler, or perhaps a permanent resident. The smoke rose straight and steady, indicating a well-tended fire rather than wildfire or hasty camp. Samuel considered his options carefully. He could seek a different camping spot, maintaining the solitude that had become his preferred companion since leaving Valentine. Alternatively, he could investigate, not from curiosity about potential danger, for the peaceful setting suggested nothing threatening, but from recognition that human contact, carefully chosen, might prove welcome after weeks of conversation restricted to his horse. Following both the smoke and faint strains of fiddle music that drifted through the valley, Samuel soon spotted the source. A small, neat camp Established on a grassy bench above the creek, a modest fire burned in a ring of stones, tended by a figure who sat with back against a massive willow, fiddle tucked beneath his chin with comfortable familiarity. The musician appeared perhaps 10 years Samuel's senior, with graying brown hair and neat beard despite obvious months in the wilderness. His clothes, while well worn, showed careful maintenance. Most notably, his entire posture suggested complete comfort with solitude, not desperate isolation, but chosen peace. Samuel approached slowly, allowing his presence to be detected gradually. The fiddle player acknowledged him with a slight nod, continuing his melody until reaching natural conclusion before setting the instrument aside and rising to greet his visitor. "Evening," the stranger called, his voice carrying frontier hospitality balanced with appropriate caution. "Fine night for traveling, though most folks would have made camp by now. Fine night for music, too," Samuel replied, dismounting and leading Constance forward with deliberate openness that indicated peaceful intentions. "Hope I'm not disturbing your playing." Sounded beautiful from up the slope. The older man smiled, genuine warmth replacing initial caution. "Music's meant to be shared, even if most of the sharing happens with the creek and the willows. Name's Thomas Fitzgerald, and you're welcome to rest here if you're so inclined. Water's good, grass is adequate for your horse, and the conversation's optional but available." Samuel appreciated both the invitation and the careful qualification that preserved each man's right to solitude. "Samuel Morrison," he replied, extending his hand. "Much obliged for the welcome. Been traveling solo for some weeks now, and your playing made this valley seem like the right place to stop." Thomas nodded understanding, recognizing in Samuel's manner something he himself had experienced. Valley has that effect on folks who need genuine rest rather than just a place to sleep. Been here myself for nigh on 3 months now, and every morning I wake up thinking maybe I'll move on, and every evening I realize there's no particular hurry to be anywhere else. As Samuel established his modest camp adjacent to Thomas's site, the two men fell into comfortable cooperation. Without discussion, Thomas tended the fire while Samuel cared for his horse, each understanding his role in maintaining their small civilized space. "Creek spring-fed," Thomas mentioned as Samuel led Constance to water. "Runs year-round, cold and clean. Some of the best drinking water I've encountered in 20 years of wandering these territories." Samuel found Thomas's assessment entirely accurate. The water carried a taste of mountain snowmelt and limestone, unmarked by human industry or intervention. "You've been wandering these parts for 20 years?" Samuel asked as he accepted the tin cup of coffee Tomas offered. "Off and on," Tamar confirmed, settling back with fiddle in his hands. "Used to be a surveyor, helping map territories for railroad companies. Spent most of my time measuring distances and documenting resources, calculating efficient ways to connect one place with another." He strummed experimental notes, adjusting the fiddle's tuning. "Other a while, though, I started noticing that all that connecting and measuring was changing the places themselves. Roads went where they'd never been. Towns sprouted, and the quiet valleys like this one started disappearing from the maps entirely." Samuel understood without elaboration. His own wandering had brought him through regions where railroad construction transformed landscapes overnight, creating boom towns that consumed surrounding resources before leaving behind stripped hills and polluted streams. "So you stopped surveying and started exploring?" Samuel prompted. "Started listening," Thomas corrected gently. "All those years measuring, I'd forgotten how to simply pay attention. This valley taught me the difference." He began playing again, choosing melody that complemented the natural sounds surrounding them. The music seemed to enhance the creek's murmuring, creating harmony rather than competition. As darkness deepened, Samuel found himself relaxing more completely than he had since leaving Valentine. The combination of Thomas's undemanding company, the fiddle's gentle melodies, and the valley's inherent tranquility created an atmosphere of peace that penetrated deeper than mere physical rest. For the first time in weeks, the tight knot of grief in his chest began to loosen slightly. "What brought you to this particular valley?" Samuel asked during a pause between melodies. Thomas considered thoughtfully, gazing into the fire's dancing flames. "Stories, partly. Local folks speak of this place with particular respect. Not fear exactly, but recognition that it's different somehow. Special." He gestured toward the creek, where fireflies had begun their evening dance above the water's surface. "They say the creek remembers things, carries voices from the past, especially on quiet nights when the wind dies down and the water runs smooth as glass." Samuel felt a slight chill. "What kind of voices?" "Peaceful ones, according to the stories," Thomas replied quickly. "Not haunting or frightening, but comforting. Reminders of people who found solace here. Echo of conversations from folks who camped by these waters when they needed healing." He picked up his fiddle again. "Of course, that might just be fancy. Lonely people hearing what they need to hear in natural sounds. But I've been here long enough to wonder if there isn't something to the stories." Samuel absorbed this with measured skepticism of someone who had encountered enough unexplained phenomena during frontier travels to neither dismiss such accounts entirely nor accept them without question. The valley certainly possessed unusual quality of peace, and the creek's gentle sounds did seem to carry subtle variations that could be interpreted as almost conversational. "Have you heard anything yourself?" he asked, genuinely curious. Thomas smiled slightly. "Sometimes, late at night when I'm playing and the music seems to blend with the water sounds, I catch what might be other melodies underneath my own, familiar tunes that I don't remember choosing, as if the creek is humming along with songs it learned from previous musicians." He resumed playing, choosing a lullaby Samuel recognized from childhood, a gentle air his mother had sung during fever nights or thunderstorms. As Thomas's fingers drew the melody from the strings, Samuel could detect something additional in the valley's ambient sounds, a subtle harmony that seemed to rise from the creek itself. "There," Thomas said quietly, his playing becoming softer. "Do you hear it? Just beneath the surface of the water sounds." Samuel listened intently, allowing his conscious mind to relax its habitual analysis. Gradually, he began to perceive what Thomas indicated. Not exactly voices, but modulations in the creek's murmuring that followed patterns suggesting melody rather than random water flow. "I hear something," Samuel admitted, surprised by his own receptivity. "Like an echo of the tune you're playing, but coming from the water itself." "Exactly," Thomas confirmed. "And if you listen long enough, sometimes the creek seems to remember melodies you haven't played yet, songs from your own past that it somehow knows you need to hear." This observation sent another slight chill through Samuel, though not unpleasant. The idea that the valley might attune itself to individual visitors' needs struck him as either remarkably fanciful or potentially profound. As if summoned by their conversation, the evening sounds around them seemed to intensify. The water's murmuring became more distinct. The willow's rustling took on rhythmic qualities, and even the fireflies' flickering seemed to pulse in time with some underlying cadence that connected all the valley's elements. Thomas continued playing, allowing his melodies to weave through these natural sounds with increasing integration. Samuel found himself entering a state where individual sounds merged into comprehensive harmony that seemed to originate from the valley itself. "Creek's been here a long time," Thomas observed during pause in his playing, fed by springs that tap into underground rivers flowing through limestone caverns older than human memory. Water like that carries more than minerals. Carries impressions, maybe. Echoes of everyone who ever knelt beside it seeking comfort. Samuel nodded understanding, finding Thomas's interpretation more convincing than expected. The valley did seem to possess accumulated wisdom, as if countless previous visitors had left something of themselves behind, not as haunting presence, but as contribution to the place's essential character of peace. "How long do you plan to stay?" Samuel asked. "Until it feels like time to leave," Thomas replied simply. "Valley has a way of letting you know when your healing is complete, when you're ready to carry its peace with you instead of needing to remain here to find it." This response resonated deeply with Samuel, who had been searching without clear direction for resolution regarding his grief. The idea that genuine healing might require patient residence, in place rather than restless motion, appealed to something in his spirit that had grown weary of constant travel. "Would you mind company for a while?" Samuel asked carefully. "I find myself in no particular hurry to be anywhere else, and this seems like the kind of place where a man might figure out where he needs to go next." Thomas smiled warmly. "Valley's big enough for two, and conversation has its own healing properties. You're welcome to stay as long as feels appropriate." With this understanding established, both men settled into comfortable evening routines. Thomas resumed his playing, choosing melodies suited to the deepening night, while Samuel arranged his bedroll in position for listening to the valley's symphony. As stars emerged overhead, their light reflecting in the creek's surface like scattered diamonds, Samuel felt something shift within his awareness. The grief that had driven him from Valentine remained present, but no longer dominated his consciousness with painful intensity. Instead, these difficult emotions began to integrate with growing sense of peace that seemed to rise from the valley itself. Sleep came easily that first night beside Willow Creek, accompanied by dreams that felt less like unconscious processing than gentle conversations with understanding presence that existed somewhere between memory and hope. Samuel woke feeling more rested than he had in months. The second day passed with unhurried rhythm that characterizes time spent in harmony with natural cycles. Samuel and Thomas established practical routines, sharing cooking duties, maintaining camps, caring for Constance, who seemed as content with the valley's atmosphere as her owner. Yet beneath these activities ran deeper current of recognition that they had found something valuable in both the place and their companionship. Thomas proved excellent company for someone seeking healing through solitude. His experience with loss had taught him the value of presence without intrusion, conversation without demand for revelation. They could work in comfortable silence, share meals with meaningful exchange, or spend hours in discussion that ranged from frontier wisdom to philosophical speculation. Most significantly, Thomas's evening concerts provided structure to their days. As darkness fell, they would gather beside the water with coffee, while Thomas drew melodies from his fiddle that seemed perfectly calibrated to the valley's changing moods and their own evolving states of mind. "There's something about music beside moving water," Thomas explained during one such evening. "Water carries sound differently than air, holds it longer, blends it with its own voice, makes everything more connected somehow." Samuel had begun to understand through direct experience. Sitting beside Willow Creek in gathering darkness, listening to fiddle melodies that seemed to emerge from the landscape itself, he felt his own boundaries becoming more permeable, less rigid separation between himself and his environment, more fluid exchange between internal experience and external reality. On the third evening, as Thomas played a haunting variant of Barbara Allen, something new entered their experience. The creek's murmuring began to carry what could only be described as voices, not distinct enough to identify individual words, but clearly differentiated from simple water sounds by their patterns of rhythm and intonation. "Do you hear that?" Samuel asked quietly. Thomas nodded without stopping his melody. "Different every night," he confirmed. "Sometimes children laughing, sometimes old folks sharing stories. Tonight sounds like sweethearts saying goodbye, gentle and sad, but not bitter." Samuel listened more carefully, opening his awareness to patterns within the water sounds. Gradually, he began to perceive what Thomas indicated: tonal qualities that suggested conversation between two distinct voices, both carrying emotional content that matched Thomas's interpretation. "How is this possible?" Samuel asked, though he spoke more to himself. "Maybe it isn't," Thomas replied, continuing his gentle accompaniment. "Maybe we're just two lonely men hearing what we need to hear in water running over stones. But if that's all it is, why does it feel so much like comfort rather than delusion?" This struck Samuel as particularly insightful. The voices didn't feel like auditory hallucinations or wishful thinking. Instead, they seemed to offer something real: connection with experiences of love and loss that transcended individual circumstances while speaking directly to his own need for healing. As the mysterious conversation continued, Samuel found himself thinking about Martha for the first time since leaving Valentine, without sharp pain. The voices seemed to remind him that his love for her and grief at her loss represented part of a much larger pattern of human experience, not unique or isolating, but universally shared aspects of caring deeply about another person. "They help," Samuel said finally. "Whatever they are, however this works, they help." Thomas smiled, understanding implicit in his expression. "That's what I think too. Creek remembers everyone who ever found peace here, and somehow shares that peace with folks who need it. Not magic exactly, but something close to it. Something that works whether we understand it or not." This perspective accommodated both the phenomenon's apparent reality and the impossibility of explaining it through conventional means. Samuel found himself increasingly comfortable with mysteries that provided healing rather than demanding solution. The voices continued for nearly an hour that night, sometimes seeming to address each other, sometimes appearing to speak directly to the living listeners beside the creek. By the time they faded back into simple water sounds, both Samuel and Thomas felt they had participated in something significant, not supernatural in any threatening sense, but touching dimensions of existence that daily life rarely acknowledged. "Thank you," Samuel found himself saying to the creek as the voices diminished, feeling neither foolish nor self-conscious about addressing gratitude to landscape that might or might not actually be listening. Thomas nodded approval. "Always seems appropriate to express appreciation," he agreed. "Whether or not anything's actually there to receive it, the gesture matters for our own understanding of what we've experienced." Sleep came easily that night, accompanied by dreams that felt more like memories than unconscious fantasies. Gentle scenes of Martha during their happiest times together, but integrated now with acceptance of loss and growing recognition that love didn't end with death, but transformed into different kind of presence that could coexist with new possibilities. Samuel woke the fourth morning with clear sense that something fundamental had shifted within his relationship to grief and uncertainty. The pain remained present, but no longer dominated his emotional landscape with overwhelming intensity. Instead, it had begun to integrate with other aspects of his experience: gratitude for years shared with Martha, appreciation for the valley's healing influence, cautious openness to whatever might come next. "Feeling different?" Thomas observed over breakfast. satisfaction evident at Samuel's obviously improved state of mind. "Feeling possible," Samuel replied, recognizing truth in his own words. "Like maybe I can carry the sadness without being carried away by it. Like there might be room for other things alongside the grief." Thomas nodded, understanding. Valley has that effect. Doesn't take the pain away, but gives it proper proportion. Reminds you that sorrow is part of life, not the whole of it. As if to emphasize this point, the morning brought visitor to their peaceful camp, an elderly woman who appeared around the bend in the creek trail, walking with sprightly step despite her obvious age. She wore practical traveling clothes and carried a small basket, approaching their fire with confidence that suggested familiar acquaintance with the valley. "Morning, gentlemen," she called cheerfully. "Hope you don't mind company for breakfast. I'm Eleanor Hartwell, and I live just upstream about half a mile. Thought I'd check on our valley's newest residents and perhaps share a pot of proper tea if you're interested." Samuel and Thomas exchanged glances of surprised pleasure, both recognizing the woman's offer as exactly the kind of human connection that might complement their healing solitude without disrupting it. Thomas rose to greet her properly, his manner suggesting previous acquaintance. "Mrs. Hartwell, always a pleasure. Samuel Morrison, meet the Valley's unofficial hostess and keeper of local wisdom. Eleanor, this is Samuel, who's recently joined our peaceful community of temporary residents." Eleanor Hartwell proved to be exactly the sort of person who enhanced rather than complicated any social situation she entered. Perhaps 70 years old, but possessed of energy that suggested much younger spirit, she moved with efficient grace while unpacking her basket to reveal not only tea supplies, but also fresh biscuits and honey that transformed their simple breakfast into proper social occasion. "Been watching your evening concerts from my cabin," she mentioned to Thomas while preparing tea with practiced expertise. "Beautiful music, and the creek seems to appreciate your playing. Always runs a bit more musical itself when you're performing." This casual reference to the creek's responsive behavior suggested that Eleanor's acquaintance with the valley's unusual properties exceeded their own recent discoveries. Samuel found himself curious about her perspective on phenomena they had only begun to experience and understand. "You've noticed the creek responding to music?" he asked carefully, unsure how much of their own experience to reveal to someone they'd just met. Eleanor smiled knowingly, her bright eyes suggesting both wisdom and mischief. "Oh my dear, the creek responds to everything that happens along its banks. Laughter, tears, prayers, stories. It remembers them all and shares them back when folks need to hear them. You two have been hearing the voices, haven't you?" Her matter-of-fact acknowledgement of phenomenon they had barely begun to accept themselves came as both relief and mild shock. Samuel realized he had unconsciously prepared himself for polite dismissal of their experiences as imagination or wishful thinking, making Eleanor's casual confirmation unexpectedly liberating. "You've heard them too?" Thomas asked, clearly pleased to have his own experiences validated by long-time Valley resident. "Heard them, talked with them, learned from themselves, settling comfortably beside their fire with cup of perfectly brewed tea warming her hands. Been living here 15 years now, ever since my husband passed and my children scattered to their own lives. Creek keeps me company better than most living folks manage." She gestured toward the water with obvious affection. "Every soul who ever found peace beside these waters leaves something behind. Not spirits exactly, but impressions, echoes of their healing that the creek remembers and shares with others who need similar comfort. It's the most natural thing in the world once you stop trying to explain it and simply accept it as gift." Samuel found Eleanor's perspective both comforting and enlightening. Her matter-of-fact acceptance of the creek's unusual properties provided framework for understanding their own experiences without need for supernatural explanation or scientific skepticism. Simply recognition that some places accumulated healing influence through accumulated presence of people who had found solace there. "How long do people usually stay?" Samuel asked. Recognizing his question revealed assumption that he belonged among the valley's temporary residents, seeking healing rather than casual travelers passing through. Eleanor considered this thoughtfully, sipping her tea while studying Samuel's face with perceptive attention. "Varies considerably," she replied. "Some folks find what they need in a few days and move on refreshed. Others require weeks or months to work through whatever brought them here. A few, like myself, discover that the valley has become home in truest sense." She set down her cup and leaned forward slightly, her expression becoming more serious. "The important thing is listening to your own readiness, rather than imposing arbitrary schedule. Creek will let you know when your healing is complete, not through voices necessarily, but through feeling of wholeness that makes moving forward feel natural rather than forced." This advice resonated deeply with Samuel, who had been wondering how to recognize appropriate time for departure without premature abandonment of healing process or excessive prolonging of what should be temporary residence. Eleanor's suggestion that the valley itself would provide guidance offered both practical wisdom and spiritual comfort. "What brought you here originally?" he asked, curious about her own journey toward permanent residence beside Willow Creek. Eleanor's expression softened with memory, though without the sharp pain that often accompanied recollections of loss. "Harold, my husband, died suddenly after 43 years of marriage. Heart attack while working in our garden, gone between one breath and the next. Children meant well, but they wanted me to sell the homestead and move closer to them, start over, in places where I'd be surrounded by helpful neighbors and supervised activities." She smiled slightly, mischief returning to her eyes. "Problem was, I didn't want to start over. I wanted to figure out how to continue being myself without Harold beside me. How to carry our love forward into whatever years remained to me. Needed space to discover what Eleanor Hartwell might become when she was no longer half of Harold and Eleanor." Samuel understood completely, recognizing in Eleanor's description his own struggle with identity transformation following Martha's death. The well-meaning advice of friends and family, however loving, often seemed to assume that healing required abandoning previous life entirely, rather than integrating loss into continuing story of self-development. "Did the valley help you figure that out?" he asked, genuinely curious about her experience of transformation through residence beside Willow Creek. "Creek listened while I worked through 15 different versions of grief and anger and confusion," Eleanor replied, gesturing toward the water with obvious gratitude. "Never judged, never hurried me, never suggested I should feel differently than I did, just kept flowing and murmuring and carrying voices of other folks who'd faced similar challenges and found ways through them." She rose to refill their cups, her movements suggesting comfort born of long practice with outdoor tea service. "Here about 6 months, I realized I didn't want to go back to supervised living in town. Valley had taught me that solitude didn't mean loneliness, that I could be complete within myself while still maintaining connection with other people through choice rather than circumstance." Thomas nodded appreciation for Eleanor's wisdom. "Similar realization brought me here, though from different circumstances. Spent years measuring land for other people's use, calculating how to make every acre serve some commercial purpose. started feeling like I was losing touch with land's actual character in favor of its potential utility. He gestured towards his fiddle, resting against the great willow. Music reminded me that some things have value beyond their practical applications. Valley confirmed that perspective and gave me place to practice it without having to defend or explain my choices to folks who couldn't understand them. Samuel found both stories encouraging, recognizing that neither Eleanor nor Thomas had fled to the valley in desperate escape from unbearable circumstances, but had chosen it as positive environment for growth and healing that honored both their individual needs and their continued connection with larger human community. I've been wondering, he admitted, whether staying here represents genuine healing or just avoidance of challenges I need to face. Your experiences suggest it might be possible to use solitude constructively, rather than as escape from necessary engagement with life. Eleanor smiled warmly, understanding implicit in her expression. Valley teaches the difference, she assured him. Avoidance feels cramped and offensive, like you're hiding from something that keeps trying to find you. Genuine healing feels spacious and accepting, like you're growing into fuller version of yourself that can handle whatever comes next. This distinction clarified something important for Samuel, helping him recognize that his recent sense of expanding possibility rather than contracting fear suggested constructive rather than defensive response to his circumstances. The valley wasn't providing escape from his life so much as perspective that might allow him to engage with it more effectively. Their conversation continued throughout the morning, ranging from practical matters of valley residence to philosophical reflections on solitude, healing, and the relationship between individual transformation and community connection. Eleanor proved to be exactly the kind of person who enhanced understanding through her presence, knowledgeable without being instructional, wise without being preachy, connected to both the valley's mysteries and the practical requirements of daily life. As afternoon approached, Eleanor prepared to return to her cabin, but not before extending invitation that suggested growing friendship rather than mere neighborly courtesy. If you gentlemen would like proper dinner tomorrow evening, you're welcome to join me. Nothing fancy, but I've got vegetables from my garden and stories from folks who've found healing beside the creek over the years. Might be interesting to hear how others have navigated the process you're both experiencing. Both Samuel and Thomas accepted gratefully, recognizing Eleanor's offer as exactly the kind of human connection that could complement their solitary healing without overwhelming it. As she departed, basket swinging lightly from her arm, Samuel felt his understanding of the valley's character expanding to include not only its natural healing properties, but also its capacity to attract and nurture people who enhanced rather than disrupted its essential tranquility. That evening's concert beside the creek took on additional meaning in light of Eleanor's confirmation that their experiences with the voices represented genuine phenomenon rather than shared delusion. Thomas's melodies seemed to draw even clearer responses from the water, while Samuel found himself listening with greater confidence and less analytical skepticism to whatever stories the valley might choose to share. The voices that night seemed particularly welcoming, carrying tones of celebration and encouragement that suggested approval of their growing acceptance and integration into the valley's community of healing souls. Samuel fell asleep feeling more settled than he had since Martha's death, with growing recognition that he had found a place where genuine transformation might be possible. Eleanor's cabin proved to be perfect expression of practical comfort, integrated with aesthetic appreciation for natural beauty. Built from local stone and timber with obvious skill and attention to detail, it nestled among mature cottonwoods at creek's edge, like natural feature of the landscape rather than imposed structure. Gardens surrounding the building showed careful cultivation that enhanced rather than competed with native plants. creating seamless transition between domesticated and wild spaces. Harold designed it, Eleanor explained as she welcomed them inside. But I've made modifications over the years to suit living alone. More windows for better light, expanded kitchen for hosting occasional visitors, extra bookshelves because solitude requires good reading material. The interior reflected Eleanor's practical wisdom and appreciation for beauty through carefully chosen furnishings that emphasized comfort and utility while creating atmosphere of welcoming warmth. Books filled multiple shelves, indicating interests that ranged from practical homesteading to philosophy and literature. Art on the walls consisted primarily of Harold's skilled wood carvings and Eleanor's own watercolor paintings of local landscapes, creating a gallery that celebrated both shared history and continuing creative development. Dinner consisted of fresh vegetables from Eleanor's garden, trout that Thomas had caught that morning, and bread baked in Dutch oven with expertise that transformed simple ingredients into memorable meal. Throughout their eating, Eleanor shared stories of previous valley residents that illustrated various approaches to healing and transformation. Young widow named Catherine stayed here about 3 years ago, Eleanor recounted while serving apple pie made from fruit grown on trees Harold had planted decades earlier. Lost her husband and infant son to fever, blamed herself for not being able to save them. Creek helped her understand that some losses exceed human power to prevent, that grief doesn't require guilt to give it meaning. She paused thoughtfully, eyes reflecting memory of Catherine's gradual healing. Took her nearly 4 months to work through all that self-blame and discover that loving someone doesn't make you responsible for protecting them from every possible harm. When she finally left, she was ready to honor her losses without being destroyed by them. Samuel recognized aspects of his own struggle in Catherine's story, particularly the tendency to transform grief into self-recrimination, as if pain needed justification beyond simple recognition that loving deeply inevitably includes risk of profound loss. Eleanor's account suggested that the valley's healing influence included helping people distinguish between appropriate sadness and unnecessary guilt. Creek seems to know exactly what each person needs to hear, Thomas observed, accepting second slice of pie. For me, the voices mostly carry memories of music, lullabies and work songs, and celebration tunes that remind me how melody connects people across generations and distances. Eleanor nodded understanding. Harold and I used to sit by the water after dinner, listening to stories of couples who'd found happiness together despite life's difficulties. Those voices helped us remember that every partnership faces challenges, that working through them together makes the bond stronger rather than weaker. She smiled at memory that clearly brought comfort rather than pain. Now the voices I hear most often remind me that love doesn't end with death, just changes form. Harold's presence is different now, but not absent. Creek helps me feel connected to that continuing relationship, instead of focusing only on what I've lost. This perspective offered Samuel new framework for understanding his own relationship with Martha's memory. Rather than treating her death as final severance of connection, he might learn to perceive it as transformation into different kind of presence. One that could coexist with new experiences and relationships instead of preventing them through excessive loyalty to past. As evening deepened around Eleanor's comfortable cabin, their conversation naturally moved from specific stories to larger reflections on the valley's unusual character and its role in facilitating human healing. Eleanor's 15 years of residence had given her perspective that encompassed both individual experiences like Samuel's and Thomas's, and broader patterns that connected them. With universal aspects of human transformation, Valley seems to attract people at moments of significant transition, she observed while preparing tea to accompany dessert. Not just crisis or loss, though those certainly qualify, but any time when someone needs to discover a new version of themselves. Artists seeking inspiration, young people trying to choose life directions, older folks reconsidering what really matters to them. She gestured toward windows that framed creek visible in gathering twilight. What they all share is recognition that external changes require internal adjustment, that you can't simply impose old patterns of thinking and being onto new circumstances. Creek provides space and support for that necessary inner work. Samuel found this analysis particularly helpful, recognizing that his own need for healing extended beyond grief to include fundamental questions about identity and purpose that Martha's death had brought to conscious attention. Living alone after sharing life with another person for 6 years required not just emotional adjustment, but practical redefinition of daily routines, decision-making processes, and future planning. "How do you know when that inner work is complete?" he asked, voicing concern that had been developing as his acute pain began to transform into more manageable sadness. Eleanor considered the question with obvious seriousness, clearly drawing on extensive experience with her own transformation and observation of others' healing processes. "Completeness might be wrong word," she replied thoughtfully. "Inner work is probably lifelong process rather than project with definitive ending. But there does come point when you feel ready to engage with larger world from your new perspective rather than needing continued isolation to maintain balance." She sipped her tea contemplatively before continuing. "For me, that moment came when I realized I was maintaining Harold's garden not from inability to let go of the past, but from genuine pleasure in continuing work that expressed both his vision and my own developing relationship with this place. Same activities, but different motivation underneath them." This distinction resonated strongly with Samuel, suggesting that readiness to leave the valley might be indicated not by abandonment of healing practices, but by transformation of their underlying purpose from desperate necessity to chosen maintenance of hard-won peace and understanding. As night settled fully around Eleanor's cabin, she invited them to join her for what she called evening listening, a practice she had developed over years of valley residence that involved sitting beside the creek in receptive attention to whatever stories or wisdom the water might choose to share. It was, she explained, both continuation of and development beyond the evening concerts Thomas had been providing. They gathered beside the creek on comfortable chairs Eleanor had positioned specifically for this purpose, settling into expectant quiet that felt both familiar and enhanced by her knowledgeable presence. Thomas brought his fiddle, but held it silently, waiting to discover whether music would be called for, or whether the evening's healing would emerge through different medium. The voices began almost immediately, as if Eleanor's presence or their 3-person gathering created particularly receptive conditions for the creek's communication. Tonight, the sounds carried quality Samuel hadn't heard before. Not individual conversations, but something more like chorus. Multiple voices blending in harmonies that suggested community celebration or shared ritual. "Wedding," Eleanor murmured softly, her voice barely audible above the water sounds. Priests remembering wedding celebration from some time in the past. Listen to how happy they all sound. Samuel focused his attention more carefully, beginning to distinguish individual voices within the chorus. Laughter, congratulations, someone singing traditional wedding song, children playing games at edge of adult celebration. The sounds carried such vivid quality of joy and community that he found himself smiling involuntarily, caught up in celebration that had occurred at unknown time in unknown circumstances, but remained present through the creek's mysterious memory. Thomas began playing softly, choosing melodies that complemented rather than competed with the voices. adding his living music to the creek's remembered celebration. The combination created experience of participating in rather than merely observing the past event, as if temporal boundaries had become permeable enough to allow present moment to blend with recalled joy. For nearly an hour, the three living listeners found themselves part of wedding celebration that existed simultaneously in past and present, individual and communal, memory and immediate experience. Samuel felt his own capacity for joy expanding beyond limitations imposed by recent grief, recognizing that happiness didn't require betrayal of sorrow, that could coexist with it in complex emotional landscape that honored both loss and continuing possibility. When the voices finally faded back into simple creek sounds, all three listeners remained quiet for several minutes, allowing integration of what they had experienced together. Samuel felt something fundamental shift within his understanding of both his own healing process and the valley's role in facilitating it. The celebration they had shared reminded him that human experience encompassed much more than individual suffering, that connection and joy remained available even in midst of personal difficulties. "Thank you," he said to both Eleanor and the creek, recognizing that his healing had progressed significantly through evening's experience of community and celebration. "I think I'm beginning to understand what's possible here." Eleanor smiled warmly, clearly pleased by his recognition. Valley's greatest gift is showing us that we're not alone in our struggles or our healing. Every person who finds peace here adds their strength to what's available for others who come after them. As they prepared to return to their respective camps, Samuel felt profound gratitude for the valley's healing influence, and for the human connections that had enhanced his solitary healing without overwhelming it. The combination of solitude and carefully chosen community seemed to offer optimal conditions for the kind of transformation he needed, deep enough to address fundamental issues, gradual enough to be sustainable, connected enough to prevent isolation from becoming mere avoidance. Walking back to his camp beside Thomas, Samuel realized that his relationship with the valley had evolved from desperate seeking of refuge to genuine appreciation for its unique gifts. He no longer needed the creek's healing presence with crisis-driven urgency, but had begun to value it as ongoing resource for maintaining balance and perspective that would serve him well wherever his future travels might lead. Sleep came easily that night, accompanied by dreams of celebration and community that felt less like memories than like previews of possibilities still to be experienced. Samuel woke with a sense of readiness he hadn't felt since Martha's death, not readiness to abandon healing process, but readiness to carry its gifts forward into renewed engagement with life's opportunities and challenges. The days that followed established natural rhythm of individual reflection, shared companionship, and community connection that seemed perfectly calibrated to Samuel's continuing healing needs. Mornings began with solitary contemplation beside the creek, where he processed dreams, and internal developments in private communion with the water's patient presence. Afternoons involved practical activities shared with Thomas: fishing, maintaining camps, exploring the valley's natural features while deepening their friendship through shared experience and conversation. Evenings alternated between Thomas's concerts, Eleanor's story sessions, and occasional gatherings that included all three in various combinations of music, narrative, and receptive listening to the creek's mysterious voices. Each pattern offered different aspects of healing influence, creating comprehensive support systems that addressed both individual needs and human requirements for meaningful connection. Samuel found his grief transforming, gradually, from sharp pain to integrated sadness that coexisted peacefully with renewed capacity for appreciation, curiosity, and even joy. The process resembled physical healing after serious injury, improvement that could be measured over weeks rather than days, marked by increasing ability to engage in normal activities without constant awareness of underlying damage. More significantly, he began to experience growing clarity about future possibilities that extended beyond mere recovery from loss. Questions about where to live, how to earn livelihood, what kinds of relationships to seek, and how to structure daily life in ways that honored both Martha's memory and his own continuing development, started generating answers that felt authentic rather than imposed by external expectations or desperate need for change. Valley's teaching you to trust your own wisdom again, Eleanor observed during one of their evening conversations, recognizing transformation that Samuel himself was only beginning to acknowledge consciously. Grief can shake confidence in your ability to make good decisions, make you feel like you can't trust your own judgment about what's best for your future. Her observation struck Samuel as particularly insightful, identifying aspect of healing that he hadn't fully recognized, but which explained much about his recent sense of growing stability and clarity. Confidence in his own decision-making capacity had indeed been severely undermined by Martha's death, partly through natural questioning of life choices that had led to such painful loss, partly through well-meaning advice from others who suggested his judgment might be compromised by grief. "How do you distinguish between wisdom and wishful thinking?" he asked, recognizing this as practical concern for anyone attempting to make major life decisions while still processing significant loss. Eleanor smiled at the question, clearly recognizing it as indication of developing sophistication in Samuel's healing process. "Wishful thinking usually involves trying to avoid difficulty or pain," she replied. "Wisdom accepts that life includes both joy and sorrow, seeks decisions that can accommodate both, rather than trying to guarantee only positive outcomes." She gestured toward the creek, whose constant flow provided audible backdrop to their conversation. "Grease faces rocks and fallen logs, drought seasons and flood seasons, but keeps moving forward by working with obstacles rather than trying to eliminate them. Human wisdom works similarly, finding ways to carry our challenges and losses as part of life's fullness rather than problems to be solved." This perspective helped Samuel understand why his emerging sense of direction felt solid rather than desperate. Instead of seeking future that would eliminate all possibility of pain or loss, he was beginning to envision ways of living that could accommodate such difficulties as natural aspects of existence, while still allowing room for growth, connection, and contribution. 3 weeks into his residence beside Willow Creek, Samuel experienced what Eleanor had described as moment of readiness. Not urgent need to leave, but recognition that his healing had progressed sufficiently to support renewed engagement with the larger world. The valley's gifts had become integrated parts of his awareness, rather than external supports requiring constant access, suggesting ability to carry peace and perspective with him, rather than needing to remain in their source location. "Think it might be time," he mentioned to Thomas during morning coffee, the admission carrying both anticipation and reluctance to abandon place that had provided such valuable healing. Thomas nodded understanding, his expression suggesting he had been observing signs of Samuel's developing readiness. "Valley's done its work with you," he agreed. "Question now is how to honor what you've received here, while engaging with whatever comes next." This observation captured Samuel's primary concern about departure: how to maintain integration of healing insights while returning to more complex environment, where demands and distractions might overwhelm the peace and clarity he had discovered beside Willow Creek. Eleanor, when informed of his decision, offered practical wisdom based on her own experience and observations of others who had completed healing residence in the valley. "Take something with you that connects you back to this place," she suggested, "not as talisman or magical object, but as a reminder of what you've learned about yourself and what's possible when you create space for genuine reflection and healing. She showed him a small collection of creek stones she had gathered over years of valley residence, each one chosen during a moment of particular insight or transformation. "Don't look at them often," she explained, "but knowing they're there helps me remember that the peace I found here lives within me, now, not just in this particular location." Samuel understood the principle immediately, recognizing value in physical reminder that could reconnect him with Valley's healing influence during future moments of difficulty or uncertainty. He spent his final morning walking beside the creek, eventually selecting smooth stone that seemed to hold both the water's patient persistence and his own growing sense of integrated strength. Thomas planned to remain in the valley longer, his own healing requiring different timeline and different relationship with solitude. "Music's been teaching me things I'm not quite ready to carry elsewhere," he explained. "But knowing you've found what you needed here gives me confidence that my own process will reach similar completion when the time is right." Eleanor offered practical blessing that acknowledged both Samuel's healing and continuing challenges he would face in applying Valley's lessons to more complex circumstances. "You know now that healing is possible," she reminded him. "Not just recovery from this particular loss, but ongoing capacity to integrate whatever difficulties life might present. Valley's greatest gift is that confidence, knowing you can find your way through anything because you've already found your way through something you weren't sure you could survive." Samuel's departure from Willow Creek took place on clear autumn morning that seemed designed to support transition rather than make it difficult. The air carried promise of continuing pleasant weather for travel, while the creek flowed with steady voice that seemed to offer encouragement rather than resistance to his leaving. He took final moments to express gratitude to the creek for its patient healing presence, to the valley for providing sanctuary when he needed it most, to Eleanor and Thomas for enhancing solitude with meaningful human connection. Each acknowledgement felt important for completing his time there appropriately, honoring gifts received while accepting responsibility for carrying them forward constructively. Constance seemed eager for renewed travel, her ears pricked forward with obvious interest in continuing their journey toward whatever destination Samuel might choose. His own sense of direction had clarified during valley residence into specific plan that balanced practical necessities with authentic desires. Return to cattle ranching in region where Martha's memory would be honored but not overwhelming. Near enough to civilization for occasional community, but remote enough for continued connection with natural world's healing influence. The creek stones he carried seemed to pulse gently against his palm as he rode away from Willow Creek, their weight serving as tactile reminder of lessons learned and strength gained during his residence beside healing waters. Behind him, Thomas's morning music drifted across the valley, blessing his departure with melodies that would accompany his memory of the place long after distance had made them inaudible. Namel's journey away from Willow Creek proceeded with confidence and clarity that marked profound contrast to the aimless wandering that had brought him there weeks earlier. Now he traveled with purpose, carrying Valley's peace within him like internal compass that could guide decision-making and maintain balance regardless of external circumstances. The whispers from Willow Creek continued to flow through his memory and imagination, no longer needed as immediate healing presence, but available as ongoing reminder of life's deeper currents that ran beneath surface difficulties and daily concerns. He had learned to listen for wisdom in unexpected places, to trust solitude as source of strength rather than escape from challenges, and to appreciate human connection that enhanced rather than overwhelmed individual authenticity. Most importantly, Samuel carried forward understanding that healing was possible, not just recovery from specific losses, but development of capacity to integrate whatever life might present while maintaining essential wholeness and peace. The creek's patient persistence had taught him that obstacles could be worked with rather than around, that accepting difficulty as natural aspect of existence paradoxically made it more manageable rather than more overwhelming. As Willow Creek's valley disappeared behind distant hills, Samuel felt gratitude for what he had received there, mixing with anticipation for what lay ahead. The whispers would continue flowing in his memory, offering comfort and guidance whenever future challenges made him question his ability to find his way through them. He had learned to trust both the healing power of solitude and the strength that could emerge from patient attention to life's deeper currents, lessons that would serve him well in whatever circumstances awaited his continuing journey. As Samuel's journey carried him away from the healing waters of Willow Creek, the smooth stone in his pocket served as a gentle reminder of the peace he had discovered there. The whispers still echoed in his memory, soft voices of comfort that had helped transform his grief into something he could carry without being crushed beneath its weight. Thomas's fiddle melodies seemed to drift on the evening breeze, and Eleanor's wisdom about healing and time lingered in his thoughts like the taste of her honey-sweetened tea. The trail wound southward through country that grew wilder and more remote with each passing mile. Where Willow Creek had offered gentle healing in a protected valley, the landscape ahead promised different lessons, the kind that came from solitude under vast skies, and the ancient wisdom found around frontier campfires, where strangers became friends, through shared stories and the simple act of breaking bread together. 3 days out from the valley, as the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, Samuel caught sight of smoke rising in the distance. Not the thin, steady column that had led him to Thomas's peaceful camp, but the broader, more welcoming plume of a larger fire, the kind that suggested not solitary reflection, but community and conversation. The trail curved ahead toward what old maps marked as Juniper Bend, where travelers had gathered for generations to rest, trade stories, and find companionship beneath the endless frontier sky. As Constance's hooves found their rhythm on the familiar path, Samuel felt a different kind of anticipation than he had known at Willow Creek. There, he had sought healing for wounds that seemed too deep to mend. Here, perhaps, he would discover what came next, how a man carried his healed heart forward into whatever adventures the frontier might offer. The whispers from Willow Creek had taught him to listen. Now, as the campfire at Juniper Bend beckoned through the gathering dusk, Samuel wondered what new voices might be waiting to share their wisdom around those ancient flames. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the rolling plains as Thomas Wade adjusted his hat against the dust kicked up by their small wagon train. At 42, Thomas had spent the better part of 2 decades guiding travelers, traders, and settlers across the vast territories that stretched between established towns and the ever-expanding frontier. His weathered hands gripped the reins with practiced ease, though his shoulders bore the accumulated weight of countless miles and the responsibility of safely delivering those who trusted his knowledge of these remote trails. Behind him, 3 other wagons followed in loose formation, their wheels creaking rhythmically against the packed earth of a route that had been worn smooth by decades of passage. This particular trail connected the cattle town of Valentine with the mining settlement of Strawberry, winding through territory that most travelers found both beautiful and slightly unsettling in its vastness. The landscape here possessed a quality of timeless solitude that could make even experienced frontiersmen feel small beneath the enormous sky. Thomas's current charges represented a typical assortment of westward travelers. The Hendersons, a middle-aged couple from Ohio with their teenage daughter Mary, sought fresh opportunities in California and had hired Thomas to guide them safely through territories they'd heard described as both promising and perilous. Behind them rode Samuel Martinez, a young cook barely 21 years old, traveling alone towards Strawberry, where he'd secured employment at one of the larger mining operations. His wagon carried not only his personal belongings, but also an impressive collection of cooking equipment and supplies that spoke to both his dedication to his craft and his confidence in finding steady work. The final wagon belonged to Ezra Morrison, a drover whose 73 years had been spent almost entirely on various trails throughout the American West. Ezra claimed to have driven cattle from Texas to Montana, guided wagon trains across the Oregon Trail, and spent winters trapping in territories so remote they appeared on no map. His presence provided Tomos with both valuable assistance and entertaining companionship, as the old man possessed an inexhaustible collection of stories gathered from his decades of frontier experience. As the afternoon progressed toward evening, Tomos began watching for familiar landmarks that would indicate their approach to Juniper Bend, a location he had utilized as a camping spot countless times during his years of guiding travelers through this region. The bend represented more than mere convenient geography. It offered reliable water access, natural windbreaks provided by the distinctive juniper trees that gave the location its name, and a sense of established safety that came from generations of peaceful use by travelers of all descriptions. "How much further to tonight's camp?" called Margaret Henderson from the second wagon, her voice carrying the weariness that accompanied long days of travel across rough terrain. "Less than an hour, Mrs. Henderson," Thomas replied, raising his voice to carry over the sound of wheels and harnesses. "Juniper Bend lies just ahead, one of the finest camping spots along this entire route. You'll find it a welcome change from last night's accommodations." Indeed, their previous evening had been spent at a location that, while serviceable, lacked the natural amenities and established comfort that made Juniper Bend particularly appealing to trail-weary travelers. Thomas took professional pride in timing their journeys to coincide with the best available camping locations, understanding that adequate rest contributed significantly to both morale and successful completion of contracted obligations. The first sight of Juniper Bend's distinctive landmarks, a cluster of ancient juniper trees twisted into artistic shapes by decades of prairie winds, brought visible relief to the faces of his traveling companions. The trees marked the beginning of a gentle curve in the trail, where the landscape formed a natural amphitheater, sheltered from prevailing winds while offering clear views of surrounding terrain. A small creek meandered along the southern edge of the clearing, providing fresh water that rarely failed even during dry seasons. Thomas had discovered Juniper Bend during his early years as a guide, initially attracted by its practical advantages but gradually developing appreciation for subtler qualities that distinguished it from other camping locations. Something about the place invited contemplation and encouraged the kind of peaceful interaction that transformed groups of strangers into temporary communities, sharing common experiences beneath the vast western sky. As they approached the familiar circle of stones that marked the traditional campfire location, Thomas noticed something that caused him to pull his wagon to a gentle stop. There, within the carefully arranged ring of fire-blackened rocks, flames danced quietly in the gathering dusk. A campfire that burned with steady warmth, despite the complete absence of any other travelers or recent signs of human activity. "Well, they'll be," muttered Ezra Morrison, pulling his wagon alongside Thomas's and staring at the unexpected fire. "Someone's beaten us to the spot, though I don't see hide nor hair of whoever lit that blaze." Thomas dismounted and approached the fire cautiously, his experienced eyes scanning the surrounding area for clues that might explain the phenomenon. The fire itself appeared perfectly ordinary, seasoned wood burning cleanly with the kind of steady flame that suggested recent lighting by someone skilled in campfire construction. Yet the ground around the stone circle showed no footprints, no evidence of recent activity, no discarded materials or personal belongings that would indicate recent human presence. "Could be another party passed through earlier and left it burning," suggested James Henderson, though his tone conveyed uncertainty about this explanation. Samuel Martinez, the young cook, had climbed down from his wagon and now stood examining the fire with professional interest. "That's good hardwood," he observed, pointing toward the burning logs. "Juniper and oak by the look of it. Burns clean and steady, perfect for cooking. Whoever built this knew what they were doing." Thomas continued his careful examination of the campsite, noting details that deepened rather than resolved the mystery. The fire contained exactly the right amount of wood to burn for several hours without requiring additional fuel, as if someone had calculated precisely how much would be needed for evening use by arriving traveler. The arrangement of logs showed expert understanding of proper ventilation and flame control, yet no tools or kindling remained nearby to suggest recent human preparation. Most puzzling, the ashes beneath the current fire appeared completely fresh, with no evidence of previous fires having been built in the same location. Thomas had camped at Juniper Bend dozens of times over the years, and the stone circle always contained accumulated ash and charcoal from countless previous campfires. Tonight, the circle appeared to have been recently cleaned, as if prepared specifically for new arrivals. "Should we make camp here?" asked Margaret Henderson, clearly exhausted from the day's travel, yet uncertain about utilizing a campfire of mysterious origin. Thomas considered carefully, weighing practical benefits against potential concerns. Juniper Bend represented the ideal camping location for miles in any direction, offering everything necessary for comfortable overnight rest. The fire itself appeared completely harmless. Indeed, it promised to save considerable time and effort in establishing their evening accommodations. His frontier experience had taught him to appreciate unexpected assistance, rather than automatically assume sinister motives behind unexplained phenomena. "We'll stay," he decided, beginning to unhitch his team. The fire's burning clean and proper, the location offers everything we need, and we'd be fools to refuse such welcome hospitality, regardless of its source. The others accepted his judgment with visible relief, beginning the familiar routines of establishing camp for the night. Samuel immediately gravitated toward the fire, producing cooking equipment from his wagon, with obvious enthusiasm for preparing their evening meal using such excellent conditions. Ezra Morrison supervised the placement of wagons to form natural windbreaks while maintaining clear visibility of surrounding terrain. The Henderson family focused on unloading necessary supplies for overnight comfort, their earlier apprehension gradually replaced by appreciation for their unexpected good fortune. As they worked, conversation naturally turned to speculation about their mysterious benefactor, though theories proved more imaginative than conclusive. James Henderson suggested another wagon train might have passed through earlier, leaving the fire burning as courtesy for whoever arrived next. Margaret wondered if local ranchers periodically maintained the site as service to travelers, recognizing its value as established rest stop along the territorial trail network. Samuel Martinez offered the most practical perspective, as he arranged cooking supplies near the flames. "Whoever lit this fire knew exactly what they were doing," he declared with professional authority. "Look how the wood's arranged. Perfect airflow, steady heat, just the right size for cooking a meal for 4 or 5 people. This isn't accidental or casual. Someone prepared this specific fire for arriving travelers." Ezra Morrison, settling onto his familiar camping chair with the careful movements of a man whose joints recorded decades of outdoor living, regarded the fire with thoughtful appreciation. I've been using Juniper Bend as a camping spot for nigh on 40 years, he said slowly, his weathered voice carrying the authority of extensive experience. Can't say I've ever encountered this particular mystery before, but the place has always had a way of looking after folks that needed looking after. This observation sparked Thomas's memory of previous conversations with other guides and travelers who had utilized Juniper Bend over the years. While none had mentioned spontaneous campfires, several had commented on the location's unusual atmosphere of welcome and comfort that exceeded what geography alone might provide. Stories circulated among trail veterans about the Bend's tendency to offer exactly what weary travelers most needed, whether shelter from unexpected storms, fresh water during dry spells, or simply the kind of peaceful rest that restored both body and spirit. "What kind of looking after?" asked Mary Henderson, the teenager's natural curiosity overcoming initial shyness around unfamiliar adults. Ezra smiled, clearly pleased to have an attentive audience for his accumulated frontier wisdom. "Well now, that's a fair question deserving a proper answer. I remember one winter, must have been 68 or 69, got caught in an early blizzard while driving a small herd north from Texas. Lost the trail completely in the snow, cattle scattered, thought we were finished for certain." He paused to accept a cup of coffee that Samuel had prepared, using the mysterious fire, nodding appreciation for both the beverage and the excellent conditions that had made its preparation possible. But somehow, through all that swirling snow, we found ourselves here at Juniper Bend. Not only that, but there was shelter we'd never seen before. A lean-to built against these very trees, stocked with firewood and even some basic provisions, kept us alive through 3 days of the worst weather I've encountered in all my years on the trail. "What happened to the shelter?" Thomas asked, intrigued, despite his natural skepticism regarding stories that grew more elaborate with each telling. "Gone when the storm cleared," Ezra replied matter-of-factly. "Looked everywhere for sign of who might have built it, but found nothing. Just the memory of warmth and safety when we needed it most." Samuel listened to this account while stirring a pot of stew that had begun filling the evening air with savory aromas, the combination of cooking food and mysterious campfire creating an atmosphere of cozy domesticity beneath the vast prairie sky. "My grandmother used to say some places hold the kindness of everyone who's ever found comfort there," he offered quietly. "Like the land itself remembers acts of hospitality and returns them when needed." This philosophical perspective resonated with the group's current experience, offering framework for understanding their situation that honored both mystery and practical gratitude. The fire continued burning with steady warmth, providing exactly what they needed for preparing dinner and enjoying comfortable evening conversation as darkness gradually claimed the surrounding landscape. Margaret Henderson, who had initially appeared most concerned about utilizing the mysterious fire, now sat closest to its warmth with visible appreciation. "It does feel welcoming," she admitted, gazing into the dancing flames, "like sitting by a familiar hearth rather than camping in the wilderness." Her husband nodded agreement, though his practical nature still sought rational explanation. There must be someone who maintains this site regularly. A local rancher, or perhaps other travelers who've established some kind of informal system for assisting those who follow. Thomas considered this theory while enjoying Samuel's excellent stew, appreciating both the young man's culinary skills and the superior cooking conditions provided by their mysterious fire. Possible," he acknowledged, "though I've never encountered evidence of such organized assistance at other camping locations throughout the territory. Maybe Juniper Bend is special," suggested Mary Henderson, her youthful imagination embracing possibilities that adult skepticism might dismiss. "Maybe it's a place where the spirits of helpful travelers still linger, continuing to offer assistance to those who need it. Rather than dismissing this romantic notion, Ezra Morrison nodded thoughtful consideration. "Wouldn't surprise me one bit, young lady. These old trails have seen more human drama than most folks realize. Birth and death, triumph and tragedy, acts of kindness and betrayal. Some places seem to absorb something of all that experience, holding on to the best parts and offering them back when circumstances align properly." As if responding to this philosophical discussion, the fire settled slightly, sending a spiral of sparks upward into the star-filled sky while maintaining its steady warmth and light. The effect seemed almost conversational, as if the flames themselves participated in their evening's discourse about mystery and hospitality on the frontier. Samuel finished serving portions of his excellent stew to everyone present, using the fire's consistent heat to maintain perfect serving temperature, while demonstrating culinary skills that would certainly prove valuable at his new employment in Strawberry. "This reminds me of evenings in my grandmother's kitchen back in New Mexico," he said with quiet satisfaction. "She had a way of making everyone feel welcome, regardless of where they came from or what brought them to her table." "What was her secret?" asked Margaret, responding to the young man's obvious affection for his grandmother's memory. Samuel considered carefully before answering, clearly drawing upon cherished childhood experiences. "She used to say that true hospitality meant providing what people needed before they knew they needed it, creating comfort that felt both generous and natural, like it had always been waiting for them to arrive." This description seemed to capture perfectly their current situation at Juniper Bend, finding assistance that addressed their specific needs, while feeling both unexpected and somehow inevitable. The mysterious fire provided exactly what a group of weary travelers required: warmth, cooking capability, and centerpiece for evening conversation that transforms strangers into temporary companions sharing common experience beneath the vast western sky. As full darkness settled around their camp, conversation gradually softened to match the peaceful atmosphere that seemed to emanate from the gently burning fire. Stories were shared, nothing dramatic or demanding, but the kind of personal reminiscences that emerge naturally when people feel comfortable and unhurried. James Henderson spoke of their decision to seek new opportunities in California, acknowledging both excitement and apprehension about leaving behind familiar surroundings for uncertain possibilities. Margaret described their daughter Mary's artistic talents, expressing hope that Western territories might offer broader opportunities for creative expression than their previous home in Ohio. Mary herself, initially shy among unfamiliar adults, gradually contributed observations about the landscape they'd traversed, revealing sophisticated appreciation for natural beauty and thoughtful engagement with their journey's experiences. Thomas found himself sharing stories from his years of guiding travelers, carefully selecting accounts that emphasized the positive aspects of frontier life while honestly acknowledging its challenges. His professional experience had taught him the value of realistic preparation combined with optimistic perspective, helping his clients develop confidence without underestimating the genuine demands of Western travel. Ezra Morrison, predictably, possessed the most extensive collection of frontier stories, though he demonstrated wisdom in choosing accounts appropriate for mixed company around a peaceful evening fire. His tales emphasized human resilience, unexpected friendships forged under challenging circumstances, and the peculiar beauty found in landscapes too vast and wild for easy comprehension. Throughout these conversations, the fire continued burning with remarkable consistency, neither requiring additional fuel nor showing signs of diminishing. Samuel, whose professional cooking experience made him particularly attentive to fire management, occasionally commented on its unusual behavior with growing appreciation rather than concern. "I've never seen a campfire maintain such perfect conditions for so long without attention," he observed during a momentary lull in conversation. "The heat stays constant, the flames burn clean, and there's no smoke to speak of. It's like someone built the ideal fire and then found a way to make it last exactly as long as needed." Thomas nodded agreement with this assessment, his own extensive camping experience confirming Samuel's professional observation. Most campfires required regular attention, adjusting logs, adding fuel, managing airflow to maintain desired heat and flame characteristics. Tonight's fire seemed to manage itself, providing consistent warmth and light while demanding nothing from its beneficiaries except grateful acceptance of its hospitality. "My grandmother would have said, 'This fire knows its job and takes pride in doing it well,'" Samuel added with a smile that honored both his grandmother's memory and their current good fortune. This personification of the mysterious fire resonated with everyone present, offering a way of understanding their situation that acknowledged its unusual nature while embracing the comfort and connection it facilitated. Rather than solving the mystery, they found themselves content to accept it as unexpected gift that enhanced their evening's experience beyond what ordinary circumstances might have provided. As the night progressed, conversation gradually became more reflective, influenced by the peaceful atmosphere and shared comfort of their unusual evening. Margaret Henderson spoke thoughtfully about the courage required to leave familiar surroundings for unknown possibilities, expressing gratitude for traveling companions who had made their journey feel less daunting than initially anticipated. "I expected to feel more frightened," she admitted, gazing into the steady flames, "but evenings like this make the journey feel less like departure from everything familiar and more like gradual discovery of new forms of comfort and community." Her husband squeezed her hand gently, clearly sharing both her initial apprehensions and growing confidence about their westward adventure. "The people we've met have been uniformly kind," he agreed. "It gives me hope that California will welcome newcomers like ourselves." Mary, who had spent much of the evening sketching the fire and surrounding landscape by its light, looked up from her drawing with young adult seriousness. "I think places like this exist to remind travelers that kindness isn't limited to people we know personally. Sometimes the world itself offers hospitality to those who need it." Ezra Morrison nodded approval of this philosophical insight. Wise words from a young woman who's learned to pay attention to her surroundings. The frontier teaches that lesson to those willing to receive it. That generosity and assistance come from unexpected sources, often when needed most. Thomas found himself reflecting on his own relationship with territories he'd traversed countless times during his career as a guide. Familiar locations like Juniper Bend had gradually become more than mere camping spots. They represented reliable sources of comfort and renewal that helped sustain the demanding work of safely conducting travelers across vast and sometimes challenging terrain. "I've been guiding people through these territories for nearly 20 years, he said thoughtfully, "and I'm still discovering new reasons to appreciate places I thought I knew completely. Tonight's fire represents mystery I can't explain, but it also represents the kind of unexpected assistance that makes frontier travel possible for ordinary people seeking extraordinary opportunities." Samuel, who had been quietly tending the remains of their evening meal, looked up with an expression of sudden understanding. "That's exactly what my grandmother used to say about her kitchen, that cooking for others was just one way of participating in something larger than individual experience. Every meal she prepared contributed to a network of care that connected people across time and distance. This observation seemed to capture something essential about their current situation at Juniper Bend, where mysterious fire had created conditions for sharing food, stories, and temporary community among strangers who might otherwise have remained isolated within their individual wagon trains. The evening had transformed routine camping stop into meaningful human connection, facilitated by unexplained but deeply appreciated hospitality. As they prepared for sleep, arranging bedrolls and establishing overnight watch schedules that would ensure security without diminishing their appreciation for the peaceful evening, the fire continued burning with the same steady warmth that had welcomed their arrival hours earlier. No one felt compelled to add fuel or adjust the flames, trusting that whatever force had created this gift would maintain it through the night as protection against both darkness and cold. "I'll take first watch," Thomas offered, settling into position where he could maintain vigilance over surrounding terrain while enjoying continued proximity to the fire's warmth. The others accepted his arrangement with grateful acknowledgement, recognizing both his professional responsibility for their safety and his personal desire to extend the evening's contemplative atmosphere. One by one, his traveling companions sought their rest, calling out quiet thanks for the day's safe travel and evening's unexpected comfort. Samuel was last to settle, taking time to properly clean his cooking equipment and arrange supplies for morning meal preparation, clearly planning to utilize the mysterious fire's continuing warmth for preparing breakfast that would send them towards Strawberry with satisfied appetites and positive spirits. Alone with the fire and vast star-filled sky, Thomas allowed his thoughts to wander across the decades of experience that had brought him to this moment of peaceful vigil at Juniper Bend. Countless nights spent guarding sleeping travelers, watching over valuable cargo, maintaining alertness against potential dangers both human and natural, yet tonight felt different, blessed with sense of protection that exceeded his individual vigilance. The fire continued its steady burning, occasionally sending small spirals of sparks upward toward stars that seemed unusually brilliant in the clear prairie air. In its light-created circle of warmth and security that felt both intimate and connected to something larger, as if their small camp participated in a network of hospitality that extended across time and space, linking all travelers who had found comfort at this ancient gathering place. Sometime near midnight, Thomas noticed movement at the edge of the fire's illumination. Not threatening presence, but rather suggestion of other figures who might be sharing the evening's warmth from respectful distance. When he focused his attention more directly, nothing unusual appeared, yet the sense of expanded community remained, creating impression that their small group represented only a visible portion of larger gathering, united by common appreciation for Juniper Bend's generous hospitality. Rather than feeling alarmed by this perception, Thomas experienced profound sense of connection to all travelers who had sought rest at this location throughout its long history of service to wayfarers crossing the vast American West. Cowboys driving cattle to distant markets, families seeking new opportunities in territories that promised fresh beginnings, soldiers and scouts and traders and missionaries, all united by common human need for periodic rest and renewal during long journeys across challenging terrain. The fire seemed to acknowledge this expanded awareness, settling slightly while maintaining its steady warmth and creating soft crackling sounds that suggested conversation with invisible companions who shared appreciation for its continuing service. Thomas found himself nodding recognition of this broader community, grateful for inclusion in tradition of mutual assistance that transformed wilderness camping from mere survival strategy into opportunity for meaningful human connection. Dawn approached gradually, announced by subtle lightening of eastern sky that began to compete with fire's illumination, while maintaining atmosphere of peaceful transition between night's rest and day's renewed travel. Thomas prepared coffee using water from Juniper Bend's reliable creek, appreciating both the fire's consistent heat and the location's comprehensive provision for travelers' basic needs. Samuel stirred first among the sleeping travelers, responding to coffee's aroma with professional interest that quickly brought him fully alert and ready to prepare morning meal using conditions that remained ideal despite the passage of night. The fire had burned steadily without requiring any attention, maintaining perfect cooking temperature while consuming its original fuel supply at precisely the rate needed to last through their entire stay. "Good morning," Samuel said quietly, joining Thomas near the fire with obvious appreciation for its continuing warmth. "I've never seen anything like this. Perfect conditions maintained without any management whatsoever. It's like the fire understands exactly what we need and provides it accordingly." Thomas nodded agreement, pouring coffee for the young cook while watching sunrise gradually transform the surrounding landscape from mysterious nighttime silhouettes into familiar daylight geography. "Some places seem designed to support travelers," he observed thoughtfully. "Juniper Bend has always been special in that regard, though last night exceeded even my expectations." As other members of their party gradually awakened, morning routines proceeded with unusual efficiency, facilitated by excellent conditions that required no time or effort to establish. Breakfast preparation, equipment organization, wagon loading, all accomplished with remarkable ease that left everyone feeling well rested and optimistic about the day's continued journey towards Strawberry. The mysterious fire continued burning steadily throughout their morning activities, providing warmth against early autumn chill while never requiring attention or fuel additions that would normally be necessary for maintaining campfire through extended use. Its consistency had become accepted miracle that enhanced their appreciation for Juniper Bend's extraordinary hospitality without demanding rational explanation. As they prepared to depart, each member of their party took time to express gratitude for the evening's unexpected comfort and morning's convenient conditions. Margaret Henderson gathered wildflowers to leave near the stone circle as a gesture of appreciation, while her husband carefully arranged remaining firewood in neat stack that might assist future travelers. Mary sketched the fire and surrounding landscape one final time, creating permanent record of their remarkable experience. Samuel cleaned the area around the fire with professional thoroughness, ensuring no evidence of their cooking activities would detract from the site's pristine condition for whoever might arrive next. Ezra Morrison offered quiet words of thanks that seemed directed toward unseen benefactors who had provided such generous assistance to travelers in need. Thomas conducted final inspection of their camp, confirming they had left no trace of their presence except gratitude and carefully arranged improvements that might benefit future users of Juniper Bend's welcoming facilities. The fire continued burning with same steady warmth that had greeted their arrival, showing no signs of diminishing despite having provided continuous service for nearly 15 hours without attention. "Should we extinguish the fire before leaving?" asked James Henderson, uncertain about proper protocol for such unusual circumstances. Thomas considered carefully, balancing conventional camping wisdom against recognition that this fire operated according to different principles than ordinary campfires. "I think we leave it burning," he decided finally. "Whatever force created this gift might intend it for other travelers who follow. We'll trust the same wisdom that provided it to manage its continuation appropriately." This decision felt right to everyone present, acknowledging both mystery and practicality while showing respect for phenomena that exceeded their complete understanding. They departed Juniper Bend with backward glances that confirmed the fire's continuing, steady burning, maintaining its patient vigil for whoever might next benefit from its inexplicable but deeply appreciated hospitality. Miles later, as their wagons rolled towards Strawberry through morning sunshine that promised another beautiful day of westward travel, conversation returned repeatedly to their experience at Juniper Bend, not seeking to solve its mystery, but savoring memory of evening that had transformed routine camping stop into meaningful encounter with forces that seemed dedicated to supporting human courage and community during challenging journeys across vast and sometimes lonely territories. Samuel expressed hope that his new employment would allow periodic return trips through the region, offering opportunities to again experience Juniper Bend's remarkable welcome for travelers in need of rest and renewal. Margaret Henderson spoke of writing detailed letters to relatives back in Ohio, describing kindness encountered from both expected and mysterious sources during their westward adventure. Mary planned to expand her sketches into larger artwork that would capture not only visual details of their unusual evening, but also emotional qualities of comfort and connection that had made it memorable beyond its practical benefits. Her parents encouraged this artistic documentation, recognizing value in preserving experience that might otherwise fade into general memories of frontier travel. Ezra Morrison predicted that word of their experience would spread among other guides and trail veterans, adding new chapter to Juniper Bend's growing reputation as location where travelers could expect assistance from sources that transcended ordinary human agency. Such stories, passed between experienced frontiersmen, created informal network of knowledge that helped sustain exploration and settlement of territories too vast for any individual to fully comprehend. Thomas found himself already planning future routes that would include Juniper Bend as regular stopping point, confident that whatever forces had provided last night's hospitality would continue offering assistance to travelers who approached with appropriate respect and gratitude. His professional reputation depended partly on utilizing the best available camping locations, and few sites could match the Bend's combination of practical amenities and extraordinary welcome. As they continued towards Strawberry, their wagons carried more than personal belongings and travel supplies. They transported memory of evening that had demonstrated profound truth about frontier life. Despite its challenges and occasional dangers, the American West contained sources of comfort and community that appeared when most needed, connecting individual travelers to a larger network of mutual assistance that made ambitious journeys possible for ordinary people seeking extraordinary opportunities. The fire at Juniper Bend continued burning in their memory, a symbol of all such unexpected assistance. Reminder that kindness and hospitality took many forms, some explainable and others mysterious, but all contributing to human courage that transformed vast and challenging territories into homeland for those brave enough to seek new possibilities beyond familiar horizons. Behind them, barely visible in growing distance, smoke from Juniper Bend's mysterious fire rose straight and steady into clear morning air, maintaining its patient beacon for whatever travelers might next discover the ancient gathering place, where prairie hospitality transcended ordinary human understanding while serving eternal human needs for warmth, rest, and temporary community during long journeys toward uncertain but hopeful destinations. 3 weeks later, as Thomas Wade guided a different group of travelers along the same route, he found himself anticipating their approach to Juniper Bend with a mixture of curiosity and expectation. His current charges: a family of German immigrants, 2 Methodist ministers bound for missionary work in California, and a veteran cavalry sergeant seeking civilian employment, had listened with polite skepticism to his carefully edited account of the mysterious campfire that sometimes appeared at the ancient camping ground. "You say this fire simply burns without anyone lighting it?" asked Pastor Wilhelm Brennan, his Irish accent carrying notes of theological concern about phenomena that might challenge conventional understanding of divine providence. "And you've witnessed this personally, Mr. Wade?" Thomas nodded confirmation, while guiding his wagon around a familiar bend that would soon reveal Juniper Bend's distinctive juniper grove. "Witnessed and benefited from it, Pastor. Whatever its source, the fire provided exactly what weary travelers needed: warmth, cooking capability, and sense of welcome that transformed our evening from mere survival into genuine community." The Methodist minister exchanged meaningful glances with his companion, Pastor David Fletcher, both men clearly weighing theological implications of Thomas's account against their professional understanding of miraculous intervention in human affairs. Their conversations during previous evenings had revealed thoughtful engagement with frontier spirituality that encompassed possibilities beyond conventional denominational boundaries. "Perhaps," suggested Pastor Fletcher carefully, "the Almighty works through means we don't always recognize immediately. The Old Testament contains numerous accounts of divine provision appearing through seemingly natural phenomena that served God's purposes for his people. This theological perspective offered framework for understanding mysterious assistance that honored both faith and reason, acknowledging supernatural possibility without requiring abandonment of rational inquiry. And possibility, so like Venus or Aunt Sophie's, Thomas appreciated the pastor's balanced approach, recognizing wisdom that came from extensive study combined with practical experience serving frontier congregations. Sergeant Michael O'Brien, recently discharged after 23 years of military service throughout the Western Territories, offered more pragmatic assessment based on decades of frontier experience. "I've seen strange things during my years patrolling these territories," he said matter-of-factly. "Some explained eventual like, others never. Long as it ain't hostile, I figure mysterious assistance beats mysterious danger every time." The German family, Heinrich and Greta Zimmermann, with their twin sons Karl and Johann, both 16, listened to these discussions with careful attention that reflected their systematic approach to understanding their new homeland. Heinrich's blacksmith skills had secured employment in a growing Colorado mining town, but their journey required crossing territories unlike anything in their European experience. "In the old country," Heinrich observed in careful English, "we have stories of places where forest spirits assist travelers who show proper respect. Perhaps America has similar, how you say, guardians of the wilderness." His wife Greta nodded agreement, her own English more limited, but understanding perfectly clear. "Helpful spirits," she added with gentle smile. "Good for travelers far from home." Their sons, rapidly adapting to American customs while maintaining strong connection to family traditions, showed particular interest in stories that connected their new homeland to European folklore they had known since childhood. The possibility that America contained its own forms of benevolent supernatural assistance offered reassuring continuity between old world and new. As late afternoon shadows began lengthening across the prairie, Thomas guided their small caravan toward the familiar cluster of juniper trees that marked their intended camping location. His pulse quickened with anticipation as they approached the stone circle where 3 weeks earlier, mysterious fire had provided such memorable hospitality to his previous traveling companions. The campfire was burning. Not dramatically, no towering flames or unusual display, but steady, welcoming fire contained within the ancient stone ring. burning with the same blue-tinged quality that had characterized the previous mysterious appearance. Seasoned hardwood arranged with expert precision provided consistent heat while producing minimal smoke, creating ideal conditions for evening cooking and comfortable gathering. Mein Gott, breathed Heinrich Zimmermann, pulling his wagon to stop and staring at the unexpected sight. The fire, it burns already, but who has made it? Thomas conducted same careful examination he had performed during previous encounter, scanning surrounding area for evidence of recent human activity while finding none. No footprints, no discarded materials, no signs of other travelers currently using the location. The fire appeared to have materialized complete and perfect, awaiting their arrival with hospitable preparation that exceeded human planning. "Well, I'll be blessed," murmured Pastor Brennan, dismounting to approach the fire with mixture of wonder and professional curiosity. "This is precisely what you described, Mr. Wade. A campfire that appears without human agency, burning cleanly and providing exactly what traveling families require." Sergeant O'Brien's military experience showed in his systematic approach to investigating the phenomenon, checking sight lines and potential concealment positions that might explain hidden human assistance. After thorough reconnaissance, he returned to the group with expression of respectful bafflement. "No sign of anyone within miles," he reported. "The ground's soft enough to hold tracks, but there ain't none except what our own wagons just made. That fire's burning like it's been tended careful like for hours, but nobody's done the tending." Pastor Fletcher knelt beside the stone circle, extending his hands toward the flame's warmth, while offering quiet prayer of gratitude for unexpected provision. His theological training equipped him to recognize divine assistance in various forms, while his frontier experience had taught appreciation for practical blessings regardless of their ultimate source. "Shall we make camp here?" asked Greta Zimmermann, her practical nature asserting itself despite wonderment at their situation. "The fire is gift, yes? We accept with thankful hearts." Thomas nodded agreement, beginning a familiar process of establishing overnight accommodations while marveling at his second encounter with Juniper Ben's mysterious hospitality. The coincidence seemed beyond statistical probability, arriving at exact time when inexplicable fire would provide maximum benefit to his traveling charges, just as had occurred 3 weeks earlier with completely different group. As they arranged wagons and unloaded necessary supplies, conversation naturally focused on their extraordinary circumstances. The German family approached the mystery with combination of practical acceptance and cultural framework that accommodated supernatural assistance within broader understanding of world where spiritual and material realms occasionally intersected. The Methodist ministers engaged in theological discussion that sought to understand potential divine purpose behind such unusual provision, considering whether mysterious assistance represented answer to unspoken prayers or expression of divine care that exceeded human comprehension. Their professional training provided vocabulary for discussing supernatural intervention, while their frontier experience offered practical appreciation for whatever forces had provided such timely assistance. Sergeant O'Brien, despite professional skepticism regarding unexplained phenomena, found his military appreciation for strategic advantages overriding theoretical concerns about mysterious fire's origin. The flames provided tactical benefits, warmth, cooking capability, light for evening activities, that enhanced their group's security and comfort regardless of ultimate source. In 23 years of frontier service, he admitted while arranging his gear near the fire's warmth, I learned to appreciate assistance when it appeared, whether from expected sources or otherwise. This fire serves our needs perfectly, and I'm grateful for whatever force provided it. As evening progressed, the mysterious fire continued demonstrating same remarkable consistency that had characterized Thomas's previous experience: a steady heat for cooking, adequate light for necessary activities, minimal smoke to avoid respiratory irritation, all maintained without requiring fuel additions or other human intervention that would normally be essential for sustaining campfire through extended evening use. Heinrich Zimmermann, whose blacksmith experience provided professional understanding of fire management. "This is not natural burning," he declared with authority earned through decades of working with carefully controlled flames. "The wood, it burns too slow, too even, and see, no ash accumulates as should happen with such long burning." His sons, fascinated by both mystery and practical implications, took turns monitoring the fire's behavior while noting details that supported their father's professional assessment. The flames consumed fuel at impossible rate, too slow for natural combustion, yet sufficient to maintain consistent heat output that exceeded normal efficiency by considerable margin. Pastor Brennan, warming his hands near the steady flames, reflected on theological implications of their experience. The scriptures speak of divine provision appearing in wilderness settings when God's people required sustenance during difficult journeys. Perhaps we witness similar provision adapted to American frontier circumstances. "The burning bush," added Pastor Fletcher thoughtfully. Moses encountered divine presence through fire that burned without being consumed. While I wouldn't claim identical significance for our situation, the parallel suggests precedent for supernatural fire serving divine purposes. These theological perspectives offered meaningful framework for understanding their experience while avoiding presumptuous claims about specific divine intentions. The minister's professional training equipped them to recognize potential spiritual significance without demanding certainty about mysteries that exceeded human comprehension. As full darkness settled around their camp, the fire's light became increasingly important for maintaining comfortable evening activities. Greta Zimmermann used its consistent heat to prepare traditional German meal that filled the evening air with savory aromas, creating an atmosphere of domestic comfort despite their wilderness location. "Reminds me of harvest festivals in Bavaria," she said contentedly, stirring pot of hearty stew that utilized ingredients carefully preserved from their homeland. "Good fire, good food, good company. What more does family need for happiness?" Her husband nodded agreement, while watching flames dance in patterns that seemed almost conversational, as if responding to their presence with welcoming acknowledgement. "The fire, it has personality, you think? Like it knows we are here and wants to make us comfortable." This personification of the mysterious fire echoed Thomas's previous experience and suggested consistent characteristics that transcended individual perception or cultural interpretation. Whether German practical mysticism, Irish theological reflection, or American frontier pragmatism, all perspectives recognized something deliberately hospitable about the phenomenon that exceeded ordinary campfire behavior. Young Karl and Johann Zimmermann, their adolescent energy barely contained by days' travel, found themselves drawn to a contemplative mood that seemed to emanate from the steady burning flames. Instead of their usual evening roughhousing, they sat quietly near the fire's warmth while listening to adult conversation with unusual attention. "Do you think," Karl asked seriously, "the fire will burn all night? Or will it stop when we sleep?" Thomas considered the question carefully, drawing upon his previous experience while acknowledging uncertainties that remained. 3 weeks ago, it burned steadily through entire night without requiring attention. I suspect tonight will prove similar. The fire seems to understand exactly what travelers need and provides accordingly." This prediction proved accurate. Throughout the night, as various members of their party took turns maintaining security watches, the fire continued burning with the same remarkable consistency that had characterized its daytime behavior. No fuel additions were required, no adjustments necessary to maintain optimal heat and light output. Sergeant O'Brien, taking second watch around midnight, found himself studying the flames with professional interest that gradually evolved into something approaching reverence. His military experience had exposed him to various forms of frontier phenomena, but nothing quite like Juniper Bend's mysterious hospitality. 23 years of night watches, he murmured to himself, while keeping vigilant eye on surrounding darkness. And I've never seen anything to match this. Fire that tends itself, provides exactly what's needed, asks nothing in return except maybe a little gratitude. The flames seemed to flicker acknowledgement of his words, settling slightly while maintaining steady warmth that created circle of security within vast prairie darkness. O'Brien found his usual military alertness enhanced rather than diminished by the fire's presence, as if its mysterious protection extended beyond physical warmth to encompass spiritual comfort that strengthened human courage. Dawn approached with gradual transformation of eastern sky, from star-filled darkness to pale gold that announced another day of westward travel. The fire continued burning as travelers awakened and began morning routines, providing consistent heat for coffee preparation and breakfast cooking, while requiring no attention or fuel management. Pastor Fletcher, early riser by habit and professional necessity, used pre-dawn quiet for personal devotions near the fire's peaceful warmth. His prayers included specific gratitude for unexpected provision that had blessed their journey with comfort beyond ordinary expectations, while requesting continued protection for their small group as they advanced toward uncertain but hopeful destinations. "The fire burns as steadily as God's love," he observed quietly when Thomas joined him for morning coffee. "Constant, reliable, asking nothing while providing everything needed for the day's challenges." Thomas nodded appreciation for this theological perspective while preparing to wake other members of their party. The fire had once again demonstrated remarkable characteristics that exceeded natural explanation, while serving practical needs with precision that suggested intelligent purpose rather than random phenomena. As their small caravan prepared to continue toward Colorado mining country, each traveler took time to express gratitude for the mysterious assistance that had enhanced their evening's rest and morning's preparation. The German family left small gift of hand-carved wooden flowers near the stone circle, while the Methodist ministers offered formal prayer of thanksgiving for divine provision received through unexplained but deeply appreciated means. Sergeant O'Brien, despite professional reserve regarding phenomena beyond military comprehension, arranged remaining firewood in neat stack that might benefit future travelers, while maintaining respectful silence that honored mystery he couldn't fully understand but had learned to appreciate. Thomas conducted final inspection of their campsite, ensuring they left no trace except gratitude and small improvements that might assist subsequent visitors to Juniper Bend's remarkable hospitality. The fire continued burning with same steady warmth that had welcomed their arrival, showing no signs of diminishing despite hours of continuous service without human attention. "Will we encounter this fire again if we return this way?" asked Heinrich Zimmermann as they prepared to depart. Thomas considered carefully before responding, drawing upon accumulated experience while acknowledging inherent uncertainties. Juniper Bend seems to provide what travelers need when they need it most. Whether that includes mysterious fire for every group, I cannot say, but the place itself will always offer natural welcome to those who approach with respect and gratitude. This balanced response satisfied the Zimmermans while maintaining appropriate humility regarding phenomena that exceeded complete human understanding. As their wagons rolled away from Juniper Bend toward continued westward journey, grateful glances confirmed the fire's persistence, maintaining patient vigil for whatever travelers might next benefit from its inexplicable but profound hospitality. Miles ahead of Thomas Wade's caravan, where the prairie began its gradual rise toward the foothills that would eventually become the Rocky Mountains, another kind of mystery maintained its ancient vigil. The territories between civilized settlements held many secrets, and travelers who paid attention to the subtle signs around them often discovered that the frontier offered more than mere geography to those willing to observe with patient eyes. Sergeant O'Brien, during his decades of military service throughout the Western Territories, had heard whispered stories from fellow soldiers about places where the ordinary rules seemed suspended, not dramatically, but in quiet ways that made experienced frontiersmen pause and consider possibilities beyond their usual understanding. One such place, according to veteran scouts and longtime cavalry patrols, lay somewhere in the hill country ahead, where an abandoned watchtower stood sentinel over valleys that had witnessed more history than most maps acknowledged. The stories varied in their details, as frontier tales often did, but certain elements remained consistent across different tellings. A stone watchtower, built by some forgotten military expedition or perhaps territorial surveyor, stood alone on a prominent hill that commanded views of surrounding country for miles in every direction. The structure itself seemed unremarkable, practical military architecture designed for observation and defense. Yet those who encountered it invariably mentioned a peculiar detail that distinguished it from other abandoned frontier fortifications. An owl lived there. Not just any owl, but a great horned owl of unusual size and apparent intelligence that had made the watchtower its permanent residence. According to the stories, this owl demonstrated behavior that exceeded normal avian patterns, showing awareness of human visitors that suggested understanding beyond instinctual response to potential threats. Some claimed the owl served as unofficial guardian of the watchtower, maintaining watch over the structure and surrounding territory with dedication that bordered on the purposeful. More intriguing still were accounts from travelers who had sought shelter at the watchtower during storms, or used its elevated position for navigation purposes during difficult crossings of the hill country. These visitors, representing various backgrounds and levels of frontier experience, consistently reported that the owl's presence somehow enhanced rather than disturbed their use of the abandoned structure, instead of the hostile territorial behavior typically displayed by large raptors defending their nesting sites. This particular owl seemed to welcome human visitors, or at least tolerate them with unusual grace. Thomas Wade had heard these stories during conversations with other guides at various frontier trading posts and settlements, filing them away with dozens of similar accounts about unusual phenomena encountered throughout the vast Western Territories. Like most practical men who made their living crossing challenging terrain, he maintained healthy skepticism regarding tales that grew more elaborate with each retelling, yet also understood that the frontier contained enough genuine mysteries to make complete dismissal inadvisable. The hill country ahead represented the next stage of his current journey, with the German immigrants and Methodist ministers, a region where established trails grew less reliable and navigation required increased attention to natural landmarks and geographical features. Local maps, when available at all, often proved incomplete or outdated, leaving experienced guides dependent upon accumulated knowledge passed between generations of frontiersmen who had learned to read the landscape with skills that exceeded formal cartography. Somewhere in those rolling hills stood the watchtower, and Thomas found himself curious whether their route might bring them close enough to investigate the persistent stories about its unusual guardian. Not from idle fascination with frontier folklore, but from professional interest in any landmark that might serve practical navigation purposes, while potentially offering shelter or elevated observation points during challenging portions of their journey. The owl, according to veteran scouts who claimed personal encounters, possessed remarkable visual capabilities that extended far beyond normal raptor eyesight. Several accounts describe the bird accurately identifying distant riders or weather changes long before human observers could detect such details, suggesting sensory acuity that might prove valuable to travelers seeking information about conditions ahead or potential challenges approaching from directions not yet visible from ground level. Whether these enhanced abilities represented natural raptor capabilities magnified by individual excellence, or something approaching supernatural perception, remained unclear from the available accounts. Like the mysterious fire at Juniper Bend, the watchtower's guardian owl seemed to exist at the intersection between normal frontier experience and phenomena that challenged conventional understanding, while providing practical benefits to those fortunate enough to encounter them. As their small caravan rolled steadily westward through increasingly mountainous terrain, Thomas considered the possibility that their journey might include multiple encounters with the frontier's gentler mysteries, places and creatures that offered assistance rather than obstacle to travelers willing to approach with appropriate respect and appreciation for forces beyond complete human comprehension. The transition from flat prairie to rolling hills provided dramatic evidence of the landscape's constant change as they moved closer to the continental divide that separated eastern watersheds from western drainage systems. Each mile brought subtly different vegetation, altered weather patterns, and modified challenges that required adjusted strategies for successful travel, through terrain that demanded increased attention to navigation and route selection. Behind them, the smoke from Juniper Bend's mysterious fire had long since disappeared beyond the eastern horizon, yet its memory remained vivid among their traveling party. The experience had created shared reference point for discussing frontier phenomena that transcended ordinary explanation, while serving recognizable human needs. If the stories about the watchtower's guardian owl proved accurate, their journey might include another encounter with the frontier's capacity for providing unexpected assistance through means that honored mystery, while addressing practical concerns. The hill country ahead promised both challenges and discoveries for travelers willing to navigate its complexities with patience and careful attention to details that might distinguish significant landmarks from ordinary geographical features. Somewhere among those hills stood a watchtower wherein a remarkable owl maintained watch, and Thomas Wade found himself hoping their route might coincide with that ancient vigil where observation and wisdom intersected beneath the vast western sky. The evening mist clung to the pine-covered ridges like a whispered secret, settling into valleys where ancient trees stood sentinel against the deepening indigo sky. Thomas Brennan pulled his wool coat tighter as he stepped onto the narrow porch of the ranger's hut, his breath forming small clouds in the crisp mountain air. At 24, he had spent the better part of 3 years learning the rhythms of these remote hills, but tonight felt different somehow, charged with expectation he couldn't name. The wooden structure that served as his temporary home perched on a natural shelf carved into the mountainside, offering commanding views of the forested valleys that stretched endlessly toward the distant frontier. Pine, fir, and ancient oak created a tapestry of shadows and silver moonlight, while the familiar sounds of evening settled around him like a comfortable blanket. Somewhere in the darkness, a stream chattered over smooth stones, and the soft rustle of small creatures moving through underbrush provided gentle percussion to the night's symphony. Thomas had been assigned to this remote outpost 3 weeks earlier, tasked with monitoring timber claims and watching for signs of illegal hunting in territory still largely unmapped by official surveys. The work suited his temperament, methodical observation requiring patience rather than dramatic action, solitary contemplation balanced with purposeful responsibility. Yet despite growing familiarity with the landscape's daily patterns, something continued to elude his understanding, hovering at the edge of awareness like movement glimpsed from the corner of one's eye. Rising from the valley floor, perhaps half a mile distant, an old wooden watchtower stood silhouetted against the star-filled sky. Constructed decades earlier by some forgotten military expedition or ambitious homesteader, the structure had weathered years of mountain storms and seasonal changes, its timber darkened to silver gray by exposure to elements that carved character into everything they touched. No roads led to its base, no trails marked its approaches. It simply existed as landmark and mystery, visible from Thomas's porch, yet seemingly disconnected from human purpose or explanation. Local settlers, encountered during his infrequent trips to the trading post 15 miles down the mountain, spoke of the tower with mixture of casual familiarity and underlying respect that suggested layers of meaning beyond its obvious architectural presence. Old-timers mentioned it in passing, weaving references into conversations about hunting territories and seasonal migrations, but always with subtle inflection that discouraged deeper inquiry. When Thomas had asked directly about its history and original purpose, responses became vague, redirected toward practical matters of weather patterns and game trails. "Some things up there been watching over these hills longer than any of us," Martha Henley had offered during his last supply run, her weathered hands sorting through bolts of fabric while avoiding direct eye contact. "Tower's just the newest addition to old arrangements most folks learn not to disturb." These cryptic observations had intrigued rather than satisfied Thomas's curiosity, adding another layer to the watchtower's mysterious presence on his nightly horizon. During daylight hours, the structure appeared ordinary enough. Weathered wood, partially collapsed roof, obvious signs of long abandonment. Yet as darkness claimed the ridges and stars emerged in breathtaking profusion overhead, the tower seemed to acquire different qualities, its silhouette suggesting purpose that daylight observations couldn't reveal. Tonight, 3 weeks into his residency at the ranger's hut, Thomas found himself drawn repeatedly to study the distant structure while evening deepened around him. Something felt imminent, though he couldn't articulate what exactly his instincts anticipated. The air carried unusual stillness, as if the entire forest held its breath in expectation of some significant event whose nature remained hidden from human perception. As full darkness settled over the ridges, transforming familiar landscape into a realm of silver shadows and mysterious depths, Thomas settled into the wooden chair he had positioned for optimal observation of the tower and surrounding terrain. From this vantage point, elevated above the valley floor yet sheltered by the hut's protective presence, he could monitor the entire visible landscape while remaining concealed from potential observation himself. The night progressed peacefully for the first several hours, stars wheeling overhead in their eternal patterns while ordinary forest sounds provided familiar backdrop to his vigilant watching. Owls called from various distances, great horned owls with their distinctive deep hooting, smaller screech owls with their trembling calls, and occasionally the haunting cry of a barn owl hunting through moonlight that filtered between the towering pines. Then, approaching midnight by Thomas's internal clock, calibrated through weeks of mountain routine, something changed in the forest's atmosphere. The subtle background chorus of insects and small creatures gradually diminished, replaced by expectant silence that seemed to emanate from the landscape itself. Even the stream's constant chatter appeared muffled, as if sound itself had been absorbed by some unseen presence moving through the darkness. Thomas leaned forward in his chair, every sense alert to whatever approached through the now silent forest. His hand instinctively moved to the rifle leaning against the hut's wall, though something about the quality of silence suggested observation rather than defense would prove more appropriate response to whatever was occurring. A soft whoosh of large wings disturbed the still air, followed by another, then a third, each wing beat deliberate and powerful, suggesting a creature of impressive size moving with controlled purpose through the darkness above the treetops. Thomas tilted his head upward, trying to locate the source of sounds that seemed to emanate from multiple directions simultaneously, as if the creature followed complex flight pattern designed to survey the entire area before revealing its presence. The wing beats ceased, replaced by silence so complete that Thomas could hear his own heartbeat drumming in his ears. Then, cutting through the night with clarity that seemed to resonate from the mountains themselves, came three distinct hoots, deep, resonant, and perfectly spaced, with intervals that suggested deliberate communication rather than random vocalization. The calls originated from the direction of the abandoned watchtower. Thomas rose carefully from his chair, moving to the porch railing where he could observe the distant structure without losing the hut's sheltering presence. In the silver moonlight that bathed the ridge where the tower stood, he could now distinguish a large, dark shape perched motionless atop the structure's highest accessible point. A massive owl, its silhouette unmistakable against the star-filled sky. Even at considerable distance, the creature's size impressed him. This was no ordinary owl, but something approaching eagle proportions, with broad wingspan and commanding presence that transformed the abandoned watchtower into active observation post once again. The bird sat absolutely motionless, facing toward Thomas's position with attention so focused he could feel its gaze across the intervening valley despite darkness that should have made such awareness impossible. Minutes passed in this silent communion between observer and observed. Thomas transfixed by encounter that felt simultaneously natural and extraordinary. The owl's presence atop the tower created a tableau that seemed to embody some deeper truth about the relationship between wildness and human structures, between ancient wisdom and contemporary understanding. Then, with the same deliberate grace that had marked its arrival, the great owl spread wings that appeared even more impressive in moonlight, lifted silently from its perch, and disappeared into darkness beyond the tower's silhouette. The forest gradually resumed its normal nocturnal chorus, insects and small creatures returning to their evening activities as if released from suspension that had held them motionless during the owl's visit. Thomas remained at the railing long after the creature's departure, staring toward the watchtower that had returned to ordinary abandonment, yet somehow retained echo of the magnificent presence that had claimed it so briefly. Sleep proved elusive when he finally sought his bed, mind occupied with questions about what he had witnessed and what significance the encounter might hold beyond its obvious beauty. Morning arrived, with characteristic mountain clarity. mist rising from valleys while golden sunlight transformed familiar landscape through progression of colors that never lost their capacity to inspire wonder despite daily repetition. Thomas went about his routine tasks, checking weather instruments, updating his observation log, preparing simple breakfast from supplies that would need replenishment within the week, yet found his attention repeatedly drawn toward the distant watchtower that appeared perfectly ordinary in daylight's revealing illumination. No evidence remained of the previous night's extraordinary visitor. The tower stood empty, weathered wood showing only expected signs of long exposure to mountain elements. Yet something had changed in Thomas's perception of both structure and surrounding landscape, as if the owl's presence had revealed dimensions previously hidden from his awareness. 3 days passed without repetition of the remarkable encounter, though Thomas maintained heightened attention during evening hours, watching the watchtower with expectation that proved unfulfilled. Ordinary forest sounds filled the nights, the usual variety of owl calls from expected species, coyotes singing from distant ridges, wind moving through pine boughs with voices that ranged from whispered secrets to powerful proclamations, depending on weather patterns and atmospheric pressure. On the 4th night following his initial sighting, the same extraordinary sequence repeated itself: gradual diminishment of background forest sounds, expectant silence settling over the landscape, then the unmistakable whoosh of large wings moving with deliberate purpose through darkness above the treetops. 3 deep, resonant hoots echoed from the direction of the watchtower, followed by that same profound silence during which Thomas felt himself observed by intelligence, both ancient and utterly present. This second encounter confirmed pattern rather than isolated incident, transforming mystery into regular phenomenon, worthy of more systematic observation. Thomas prepared himself accordingly, positioning notebook and pencil for recording specific details, checking his pocket watch to establish precise timing, arranging his observation post for optimal viewing while maintaining concealment that seemed appropriate when witnessing something that felt inherently private, despite occurring in open landscape. The great owl's arrival followed identical sequence, the purposeful flight pattern surveying the area, the 3 measured hoots announcing its presence, then the silent perch atop the watchtower, where it maintained motionless vigil for precisely 23 minutes before departing with the same ghostly silence that had marked its approach. During those 23 minutes of shared awareness across the moonlit valley, Thomas found himself entering a state of heightened consciousness that resembled meditation more than ordinary observation. Time seemed suspended, ordinary concerns dissolved, and he experienced a profound sense of connection with landscape that revealed itself as far more alive and intentionally organized than casual observation might suggest. The pattern established itself over subsequent nights, not regular enough to constitute predictable schedule, but frequent enough to suggest purpose beyond random behavior. The great owl appeared every 3rd or 4th night, occasionally skipping longer intervals that kept Thomas alert without allowing anticipation to devolve into mere routine. Each visit followed identical format: the surveying flight, 3 announcement hoots, silent vigil atop the watchtower, then departure that left no trace beyond altered awareness in the human observer who witnessed these mysterious appointments. After witnessing the phenomenon 7 times over the course of 3 weeks, Thomas decided the mystery warranted consultation with someone possessing deeper knowledge of local conditions and natural history. His weekly supply run to the trading post provided opportunity to seek guidance from individuals who had observed these mountains across multiple decades of seasonal changes and natural phenomena. Marcus Whitfield, the elderly forest warden who had worked these territories since before official territorial designation, listened with patient attention as Thomas described his nocturnal encounters with the great owl and its apparent relationship with the abandoned watchtower. The older man's weathered features remained impassive throughout the account, neither skeptical nor surprised, as if such reports represented familiar rather than extraordinary information. "You've been honored with something most folks never witness," Marcus finally replied, settling more comfortably in his chair beside the trading post's wood stove. "That tower's had its guardian near as long as it stood empty. Most people pass through these hills without noticing such arrangements, but you got the eyes and patience for seeing what's actually there." Thomas leaned forward, encouraged by Marcus's matter-of-fact acceptance of his account. "Do you know anything about the owl's history? Why it maintains such regular visits to the tower?" Marcus considered carefully before responding, drawing on his pipe while studying Thomas with eyes that held accumulated wisdom of 4 decades spent observing natural patterns that escaped casual notice. "Some creatures take responsibility for particular places," he said eventually. "Not ownership like humans understand it, but guardianship that runs deeper than legal documents or fence lines. That owl watches over something important, something that needs watching." "What kind of something?" Thomas pressed, hoping for more specific information. "Can't say exactly," Marcus admitted with slight smile. "Mystery's part of the arrangement. But I can tell you this. Territory's been peaceful, balanced, and protected longer than anybody can remember. Game populations stay healthy, water runs clean, forest fires stay manageable. Whatever that owl's guarding, it benefits everything living in those hills." This perspective reframed Thomas's observations, suggesting his nocturnal encounters represented participation in natural system of protection and maintenance that operated beyond human perception, yet influenced human experience in subtle but significant ways. The great owl's vigil atop the watchtower wasn't mysterious behavior requiring explanation, but responsible activity deserving respect and careful non-interference. "What should I do?" Thomas asked, recognizing that his role as temporary resident placed him in position requiring appropriate response to phenomenon he now understood as beneficial rather than merely curious. Marcus puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, considering advice that would honor both Thomas's legitimate interest and the owl's apparent need for privacy during its guardianship activities. "Keep watching respectfully. Keep learning from what you see, but don't try to get closer or interfere with patterns that work fine without human involvement. Some things in nature operate best when they remain exactly as they are." This guidance satisfied Thomas, providing framework for continued observation that balanced curiosity with wisdom accumulated through Marcus's decades of experience with natural phenomena that exceeded conventional understanding. He returned to his mountain post with renewed appreciation for the privilege of witnessing the great owl's visits, and deeper respect for the mystery that surrounded its relationship with the abandoned watchtower. Over the following weeks, Thomas implemented Marcus's advice by maintaining his respectful observation routine while paying closer attention to broader patterns within the forest ecosystem surrounding both his hut and the watchtower. What he discovered gradually was subtle but unmistakable evidence supporting Marcus's assessment of the territory's exceptional health and balance. Game trails showed signs of sustainable use rather than overhunting. Water sources remained consistently clear and abundant despite seasonal variations affecting other regional watersheds. Forest undergrowth displayed remarkable diversity of plant species, many rare in surrounding areas, while tree populations showed optimal age distribution, suggesting natural regeneration processes functioning without human intervention. Most significantly, the various owl species inhabiting the broader territory appeared to organize their hunting and nesting activities around the great owl's presence, creating a system of mutual respect and resource sharing that prevented competitive conflicts while ensuring adequate prey and habitat for all populations. The great owl's guardianship extended beyond the watchtower itself to encompass environmental harmony throughout the surrounding ecosystem. These observations transformed Thomas's understanding of his own role within this carefully balanced system. Rather than temporary human resident managing natural resources according to governmental regulations and commercial interests, he began perceiving himself as temporary participant in ongoing natural arrangement that had maintained itself successfully long before his arrival and would continue long after his departure. This shift in perspective influenced his daily activities, encouraging more careful attention to minimizing disturbance while maximizing learning from natural patterns he was privileged to observe. His written reports to territorial authorities began emphasizing conservation of existing conditions rather than exploitation of available resources. Recommendations that reflected growing appreciation for systems too complex for human improvement. Despite superficial appearance of wilderness requiring management, the great owl's visits continued throughout autumn's progression toward winter, timing remaining irregular enough to maintain Thomas's attention while frequent enough to establish the encounters as a reliable feature of his mountain residency. Each observation deepened his respect for the creature's dignity and purpose, while providing opportunities for meditation on relationships between wildness and consciousness that urban experiences had never suggested. On a particularly clear night in late October, when early snow dusted the highest peaks and stars blazed with exceptional brilliance in air made crystalline by approaching winter, the great owl's arrival carried additional significance that Thomas sensed immediately upon hearing the familiar 3 hoots echoing from the watchtower. Tonight, the creature's presence seemed more intensely focused, its silent vigil characterized by heightened attention that suggested awareness of something requiring particular vigilance. Thomas found himself drawn into correspondingly deeper meditative state, consciousness expanding beyond ordinary boundaries as he participated in whatever heightened awareness the owl directed toward landscape that appeared unchanged, yet somehow pregnant with potential. During those extraordinary minutes of shared awareness, Thomas experienced sudden, intuitive understanding of the guardianship he had been privileged to witness. The great owl wasn't protecting specific physical object or location, but maintaining spiritual balance with an ecosystem that included both natural and human elements. The watchtower served as observation post for monitoring subtle interactions between conscious beings and natural forces, ensuring harmony persisted despite continuous change affecting all living systems. This realization arrived without dramatic revelation or mystical experience, simply settling into Thomas's awareness with quiet certainty that felt like remembering something previously known but temporarily forgotten. The great owl maintained watch over consciousness itself within its territory, protecting capacity for wisdom, respect, and appropriate relationship between thinking beings and natural world that sustained all life. When the owl departed that night with its characteristic silent grace, Thomas remained at his observation post until dawn, contemplating implications of understanding that would influence his relationship with natural world for the remainder of his life. He had been granted glimpse into levels of organization and purpose operating beyond ordinary perception, systems of guardianship and protection that maintained conditions allowing consciousness to flourish within natural harmony. The following morning brought message from territorial headquarters, reassigning Thomas to different posts effective end of November. Routine rotation designed to provide varied experience while preventing excessive attachment to particular locations. Under normal circumstances, such reassignment would represent welcome career advancement, offering new challenges and broader knowledge of territorial conditions. Now, however, the prospect of leaving this mountain outpost felt like premature departure from educational opportunity that had fundamentally altered his understanding of natural world and human responsibility within it. The great owl's teachings, for he now recognized the encounters as form of instruction, had provided foundation for approaching wilderness with respect and humility that would prove valuable throughout his career. But he sensed the curriculum remained incomplete. As November progressed and his departure date approached, Thomas found himself paying closer attention to details he might previously have overlooked, seeking to absorb as much wisdom as possible from his remaining encounters with the great owl. The creature's visits continued with their characteristic irregularity, yet each appearance seemed designed to reveal additional layers of understanding about the intricate relationships that maintained harmony within the mountain ecosystem. During one particularly memorable encounter in mid-November, when fresh snow had transformed the landscape into crystalline wonderland that sparkled under starlight, Thomas noticed subtle changes in the owl's behavior that suggested awareness of his impending departure. The creature's 3 announcement hoots carried different quality, not mournful exactly, but deeper, more resonant, as if conveying information that required careful attention and long remembrance. That night's vigil extended far beyond the usual duration, the great owl maintaining its motionless perch atop the watchtower, while Thomas experienced progressive deepening of meditative state that allowed perception of forest activities normally hidden from human awareness. Through this heightened consciousness, he became aware of complex network of relationships connecting all living beings within the territory. Predators and prey existing in careful balance, plant communities supporting diverse wildlife populations, water systems nourishing entire ecosystems through interconnected flows that sustained life across multiple elevations and microenvironments. Most remarkably, Thomas began to perceive how consciousness itself moved through this network like vital energy, connecting all aware beings in web of mutual recognition and respect that transcended species boundaries. The great owl served as central node in this network, its heightened awareness monitoring the spiritual health of connections that maintained harmony among all participants in the mountain's living community. This revelation transformed Thomas's understanding of his own role within the system. Rather than temporary human observer studying natural phenomena from outside perspective, he had been invited to participate temporarily in conscious network that included his awareness as beneficial element contributing to overall harmony. His respectful observation and growing understanding had earned him recognition as appropriate participant rather than potentially disruptive intruder. The great owl's extended vigil that night served as formal acknowledgement of this earned status, confirming Thomas's education had progressed sufficiently to warrant inclusion in deeper levels of forest consciousness. This recognition carried both honor and responsibility. Honor of being accepted by intelligence far older and wiser than human understanding. Responsibility of maintaining appropriate relationship with natural systems throughout his future career, regardless of specific assignment locations. When the magnificent creature finally departed that night, Thomas understood he had received graduation rather than simple farewell. His education in wilderness guardianship had reached the level of competence that qualified him to serve as conscious participant in natural harmony, wherever his territorial duties might carry him. The great owl's teachings would continue through practical application, rather than continued direct instruction. The remaining weeks of November passed swiftly, filled with preparation activities and final observations that consolidated lessons learned during his months of mountain residency. Thomas compiled detailed notes regarding sustainable resource management practices he had observed, documenting natural processes that maintained ecological balance without human intervention. These observations would prove valuable in future assignments where artificial management approaches might prove less effective than working within existing natural systems. His correspondence with territorial headquarters began emphasizing conservation approaches that recognized wilderness areas as successfully functioning ecosystems, requiring protection rather than improvement. This perspective, informed by his education in forest consciousness, would eventually influence territorial policies toward more sustainable relationships between human activities and natural systems that supported all life within managed regions. During his final week at the mountain outpost, Thomas received unexpected visit from Martha Henley, the elderly woman from the trading post who had first mentioned the watchtower's mysterious arrangements. She arrived at his hut during afternoon hours when most forest creatures rested in preparation for evening activities, carrying a basket of preserved foods and practical supplies that suggested ceremonial rather than purely commercial purpose. "Heard you've been learning from our mountain guardian," she said without preamble, settling comfortably in chair Thomas offered while her sharp eyes studied his face with obvious assessment of changes she detected there. "Marcus mentioned you got the eyes and patience for seeing what most folks miss entirely." Thomas acknowledged this assessment with respectful nod, recognizing that Martha's visit represented another level of acceptance within community, of individuals who understood the mountain's deeper realities. Her presence suggested local recognition of his transformation from temporary government observer to initiated participant in regional systems of natural wisdom. "Been watching that tower and its guardian near 40 years myself," Martha continued, unpacking items from her basket with deliberate care. "Never seen someone take to the teaching so readily, especially someone from outside these hills. Most government folks come and go without noticing anything beyond timber counts and property boundaries." This revelation surprised Thomas, who had assumed his encounters with the great owl represented unique rather than part of broader tradition of observation and learning that connected various individuals across multiple decades. Martha's acknowledgement suggested existence of informal community, united by shared recognition of the mountain's conscious guardianship and their own responsibility to support its continuation. "What should I know about this community?" Thomas asked, sensing opportunity to understand his experiences within larger context of regional wisdom tradition. Martha smiled with satisfaction at his question, recognizing it as evidence of appropriate humility and genuine desire to learn, rather than mere curiosity about local folklore. "Not organized community exactly," she explained. "More like scattered individuals who learn to see past surface appearances and recognize deeper arrangements that keep these mountains healthy and peaceful." She gestured toward the distant watchtower, visible through the hut's window as dark silhouette against afternoon sky. "Each person finds their own relationship with the guardian and its purpose. Some watch respectfully like yourself, others support from distance through practical means. Few understand enough to communicate directly, though such communication happens rarely and only when necessity requires it." This description of varied but coordinated support for the great owl's guardianship revealed Thomas's mountain education as introduction to lifetime participation in network of conscious beings dedicated to maintaining harmony between human activities and natural systems. His departure from this particular location would represent transition rather than conclusion, movement into broader community united by shared commitment to appropriate stewardship of consciousness within natural world. Martha spent remainder of afternoon sharing stories of various individuals who had learned from the Mountain Guardian across previous decades, each account illustrating different aspects of wisdom available to observers capable of maintaining respectful attention over extended periods. Some had been hunters who learned to take only what was needed while supporting prey population health. Others had been settlers who discovered agricultural practices that enhanced rather than depleted soil fertility. A few had been travelers who carried lessons learned in these mountains to distant regions, where similar principles proved applicable to different ecosystems. Your education here prepares you for service wherever territorial duties take you, Martha explained as afternoon light began fading toward evening. Mountain Guardian teaches universal principles that work in any landscape where conscious beings interact with natural systems. Question is whether you maintain what you learned when daily pressures make such wisdom seem impractical or inconvenient. This observation highlighted crucial challenge facing Thomas as he prepared to leave mountain environment, where natural wisdom received obvious validation through ecological health and spiritual harmony. Future assignments would likely occur in regions where human activities had disturbed natural balance, requiring application of mountain lessons within situations that might seem to contradict their effectiveness. Martha's final gift was leather-bound journal containing detailed observations compiled by previous individuals who had learned from the Mountain Guardian, their accounts documenting successful application of natural wisdom principles in diverse territorial locations across several decades of government service. This resource would provide practical guidance for translating mountain education into effective stewardship within various assignment contexts. Understanding travels with you, Martha assured him as she prepared to depart. Mountain Guardian's teachings root themselves deep enough to survive transplanting anywhere. Consciousness recognizes responsibility for maintaining harmony between thinking beings and natural world that sustains all life. That evening, Thomas experienced a profound sense of completion regarding his mountain residency, understanding he had received not only direct instruction from the Great Owl, but also placement within ongoing tradition of individuals committed to conscious participation in natural systems throughout territorial regions. His departure would represent graduation into broader service rather than loss of connection with wisdom source that had transformed his understanding of appropriate human relationship with wilderness. The Great Owl appeared that night for what Thomas recognized would be their final shared vigil, the creature's presence carrying quality of formal blessing upon education completed and service about to begin. During extended communion beneath stars that blazed with exceptional brilliance and mountain air clarified by approaching winter, Thomas experienced deep peace regarding his readiness to serve as conscious guardian within whatever territory awaited his next assignment. His understanding had progressed from simple observation of mysterious phenomenon to participation in network of awareness that maintained spiritual health within natural systems across vast geographic regions. The Great Owl's local guardianship represented single node in consciousness network that connected all territories, where thinking beings accepted responsibility for maintaining harmony between human activities and natural processes that sustained ecological balance. This broader perspective revealed territorial service as spiritual calling rather than merely professional occupation, opportunity to support continuation of conditions allowing consciousness to flourish within natural harmony across generations of both human and non-human participants in life's continuing evolution. Thomas's mountain education had prepared him to recognize and fulfill this calling, wherever his assignments might carry him throughout remaining decades of service. Marcus Whitfield, consulted during Thomas's penultimate supply run, received news of the reassignment with an understanding nod that suggested familiarity with territorial administrative practices and their occasional conflict with deeper educational processes. The elderly warden listened thoughtfully as Thomas expressed concern about leaving before his education felt complete, his weathered features reflecting decades of experience with similar situations where bureaucratic timing rarely aligned with natural learning cycles. Mountains got its own schedule for teaching, Marcus observed, settling more comfortably beside the trading post's warmth while considering Thomas's situation with characteristic deliberation. Sometimes full understanding takes years to develop, but foundation gets established during periods like you've been experiencing. Rest comes through practical application in whatever territory receives your service next. This perspective helped ease Thomas's anxiety about premature departure, suggesting his mountain education had progressed sufficiently to provide practical foundation for conscious stewardship. Regardless of specific assignment location, the Great Owl's instruction had established framework for perceiving natural systems as consciously organized rather than randomly functioning, teaching observation skills that would prove universally applicable to any ecosystem requiring human presence, that enhance rather than diminished existing harmony. You've been given something most territorial employees never receive. Marcus continued, drawing thoughtfully on his pipe while studying Thomas with eyes that reflected accumulated wisdom of 4 decades spent learning from natural teachers whose lessons exceeded conventional wildlife management approaches. The owl chose you for instruction that prepares consciousness for service within natural systems that operate according to principles older and more reliable than government regulations or administrative procedures. Thomas found comfort in Marcus's assessment, recognizing validation of educational experience that had seemed almost too extraordinary to represent legitimate foundation for professional service. The Great Owl's teachings had challenged conventional approaches to wilderness management by revealing natural systems as successfully functioning without human intervention, requiring protection and support, rather than improvement or control through artificial management techniques. How do I maintain connection with what I learned here? Thomas asked, voicing concern that occupied his thoughts as departure date approached. Future assignments might not offer opportunities for direct communication with natural teachers willing to provide such detailed instruction. Marcus smiled with understanding that reflected personal experience with similar challenges throughout his lengthy career. Connection travels with you through changed perception, he explained. Once consciousness learns to recognize guardianship and purpose within apparent wilderness, such awareness continues functioning regardless of specific location. Mountain Guardian taught you to see, not just look. That vision serves you anywhere. Consciousness encounters natural systems, requiring appropriate human participation. This assurance resonated deeply with Thomas's own sense that his mountain education had fundamentally altered his relationship with natural world in ways that would persist throughout his career. The Great Owl's teachings had revealed layers of meaning and purpose within ordinary landscape that could never again appear merely wild, unmanaged, or lacking conscious organization. This enhanced perception represented permanent transformation rather than temporary experience, limited to specific geographic location. During final weeks of November, Thomas implemented systematic approach to consolidating lessons learned during his mountain residency, creating detailed documentation that would serve as reference guide for applying natural wisdom principles within diverse territorial contexts. His notes encompassed both specific observations of ecological processes and broader insights regarding appropriate human relationship with conscious natural systems that maintained balance through forms of intelligence exceeding ordinary human understanding. Most valuable documentation addressed recognition of guardianship within apparent wilderness, skills for identifying natural teachers, methods for establishing respectful communication with non-human intelligence, techniques for supporting existing natural harmony rather than imposing artificial management approaches that might disrupt successful ecological relationships, developed across decades or centuries of undisturbed evolution. These practical guidelines would prove essential during future assignments where natural systems had suffered disruption through inappropriate human intervention, requiring restoration approaches that worked within existing natural processes rather than against them. Thomas's mountain education had provided foundation for serving as bridge between human administrative requirements and natural wisdom that offered more effective solutions to resource management challenges than conventional regulatory approaches typically provided. His final supply run to the trading post became informal graduation ceremony, as various individuals who recognized his transformation offered practical gifts and advice for maintaining mountain wisdom throughout territorial career that would carry him far from direct contact with the great owl, whose teaching had established foundation for lifetime of conscious service within natural systems. Martha Henley presented him with a collection of medicinal plants native to diverse territorial regions, each specimen accompanied by detailed instructions for recognizing similar species in unfamiliar ecosystems and understanding their ecological relationships that maintained health within plant communities supporting various wildlife populations. This knowledge would prove valuable for assessing ecosystem health and identifying natural restoration processes that could heal damaged landscapes through working with rather than against existing natural tendencies. Marcus contributed hand-drawn maps documenting wildlife corridors and seasonal migration patterns across broad territorial regions, information compiled through decades of observation that revealed natural organization extending far beyond apparent boundaries of individual wilderness areas. Understanding these large-scale patterns would help Thomas recognize his future assignments as components within vast, interconnected systems, requiring coordination between multiple management approaches that supported rather than conflicted with natural processes. Several other individuals offered practical tools, reference materials, and personal accounts of successful application of natural wisdom principles within various territorial contexts, creating comprehensive resource library that would support Thomas's transition from mountain student to field practitioner of conscious stewardship within complex administrative environments where natural wisdom might seem impractical, yet prove most effective approach to sustainable resource management. These gifts represented more than practical assistance. They confirmed Thomas's acceptance within informal community of individuals committed to maintaining harmony between human activities and natural systems throughout territorial regions. His mountain education had earned him recognition as trusted participant in network of consciousness that transcended individual assignments while supporting effective stewardship wherever territorial duties required human presence within natural environments. The ceremony concluded with Marcus's presentation of carved wooden medallion depicting owl perched atop watchtower, symbolic reminder of educational foundation that would guide Thomas's service throughout remaining decades of territorial career. This personal totem represented connection with Mountain Guardian, whose teachings had transformed casual government employee into conscious participant in natural systems that operated according to principles requiring respectful support rather than administrative control. Carry this as a reminder of what you learned and who you became through Mountain Guardian's instruction, Marcus explained while placing the medallion around Thomas's neck, with ceremonial formality that acknowledged significance of transformation achieved during months of mountain residency. Let it remind you that territorial service represents opportunity for spiritual calling rather than merely professional occupation, chance to support continuation of consciousness within natural harmony that benefits all participants in life's continuing evolution. Turning to his mountain outpost for final week of residency, Thomas felt profound gratitude for educational experience that had exceeded expectations while preparing him for service he could never have imagined when first arriving at the ranger's hut months earlier. His understanding of territorial work had expanded from routine resource monitoring to conscious participation in systems of guardianship that maintain conditions allowing consciousness to flourish within natural harmony across vast geographic regions. The Great Owl's final appearances during that last week carried quality of formal conclusion to educational relationship that had developed between teacher and student across months of patient instruction. Each encounter deepened Thomas's confidence in his readiness to serve as conscious guardian within whatever territory awaited his next assignment, understanding he had received foundations sufficient for lifetime of effective stewardship within natural systems that would welcome his educated participation. His final night at the mountain outpost provided opportunity for extended communion with the Great Owl, whose teachings had transformed his understanding of appropriate human relationship with wilderness that revealed itself, to properly educated perception, as consciously organized and purposefully maintained by intelligence that welcomed respectful participation while requiring no human intervention to function with perfect efficiency. You've been given foundation, Marcus observed, accurately assessing Thomas's conflicted feelings about leaving. The rest of learning happens through applying what you discovered here to whatever territory you encounter next. That owl taught you to see, not just look. Skill travels with you wherever assignments take you. This perspective helped Thomas accept his departure with appropriate gratitude rather than inappropriate reluctance to embrace new challenges. The Great Owl's guardianship had provided specific education regarding observation, respect, and non-interference that would prove universally applicable to all future encounters with natural systems requiring human presence that enhanced rather than diminished existing harmony. On his final night at the mountain outpost, Thomas maintained his usual evening vigil, despite uncertainty about whether the Great Owl would appear for what might constitute farewell encounter. The night progressed peacefully through familiar sequence of fading daylight, emerging stars, and gradual settling of forest into nocturnal routines that had become precious through weeks of attentive observation. Then, as midnight approached, the expected sequence began. Diminishing background sound, expectant silence, powerful wing beats moving with deliberate purpose through darkness above the treetops. 3 deep hoots echoed from the watchtower with resonance that seemed to acknowledge special significance of this particular visit. The Great Owl's final vigil lasted longer than usual, extending well past the typical 23 minutes into extended communion that felt like formal conclusion to educational relationship that had developed between observer and observer. During those extended minutes of shared awareness, Thomas experienced profound gratitude for instruction that had revealed layers of meaning within ordinary experience, teaching him to perceive guardianship and purpose where casual observation might recognize only wilderness requiring human management. When the magnificent creature finally spread its impressive wings and lifted silently from the watchtower for the last time in Thomas's presence, something of its essence seemed to remain within his consciousness. Not supernatural possession or mystical transformation, but practical wisdom regarding appropriate relationship between human awareness and natural systems that operated according to principles deeper than governmental regulations or commercial considerations. The following morning, Thomas completed his departure preparations with mixture of sadness at leaving and anticipation of applying newfound understanding to whatever challenges awaited at his next assignment. His final act before leaving the ranger's hut was writing detailed account of his observations, carefully documenting both the great owl's behavioral patterns and the broader ecological health that characterized the watchtower's territory. This account he sealed in official envelope addressed to Marcus Whitfield, trusting the experienced warden to preserve the information for potential benefit of future observers who might prove receptive to instruction that transcended conventional wildlife management approaches. Some knowledge was too valuable to risk losing through administrative oversight or skeptical dismissal by officials lacking direct experience with phenomena that challenged ordinary understanding. As his wagon carried him away from the mountain outpost toward new responsibilities, Thomas cast a final glance toward the ridge where the abandoned watchtower stood, silhouetted against morning sky. No sign of its extraordinary guardian was visible in daylight's revealing illumination, yet something of the great owl's presence lingered in his perception of landscape that would never again appear merely wild, unmanaged, or lacking in conscious purpose. The watchtower remained, its weathered wood continuing to provide perch for guardian whose vigilance protected mysteries too important for casual interference. Somewhere in the vast network of natural relationships that sustained all life, conscious beings maintained watch over consciousness itself, ensuring conditions persisted that allowed wisdom to flourish within harmony between thinking creatures, a natural world that remained, despite human presumption, far more complex and purposeful than ordinary perception suggested. Thomas carried this understanding forward into his continuing career, approaching each new territory with eyes trained to recognize guardianship and purpose within apparent wilderness, ears attuned to guidance offered by creatures whose relationship with landscape exceeded human comprehension, yet welcomed respectful participation from observers capable of learning without disturbing essential arrangements that required no human improvement. The great owl of the watchtower had provided foundation for lifetime of appropriate service within natural systems that operated according to wisdom accumulated across millennia of successful adaptation. This was education beyond any provided by territorial training programs. Direct instruction in principles that would prove universally applicable wherever Thomas's assignments carried him throughout career dedicated to protection and preservation of consciousness within natural harmony that sustained all living things. In quiet moments throughout his subsequent decades of territorial service, Thomas would recall those extraordinary nights of shared vigil with the great owl, remembering lessons in observation, respect, and guardianship that had transformed his understanding of human responsibility within natural world. The watchtower stood empty in daylight, but protected in darkness by presence that watched over something more precious than specific location or particular species: the capacity for conscious beings to recognize their place within larger systems of meaning and purpose that operated beyond ordinary perception, yet influenced every aspect of existence touched by genuine wisdom. Such understanding represented gift beyond measurement, education that continued teaching long after formal instruction concluded, guidance that enriched every subsequent encounter with natural world that revealed itself to properly trained perception as consciously organized and purposefully maintained by forms of intelligence that welcomed respectful participation while requiring no human intervention to function with perfect efficiency. The owl and the watchtower had provided glimpse into levels of reality where consciousness served consciousness within natural harmony that sustained itself through vigilance exercised by beings whose guardianship ensured conditions suitable for wisdom to flourish across generations of observers, privileged to witness and learn from arrangements too subtle for casual notice, yet too important for existence to continue without their faithful maintenance. The carved wooden medallion rested warm against Thomas Brennan's chest as his wagon crested the final ridge overlooking his new assignment, Silver Mesa, a broad plateau of weathered stone and scattered pines that stretched toward distant mountains like a vast natural amphitheater. 3 months had passed since his departure from the mountain outpost where the great owl had provided education in natural consciousness, and the intervening weeks of travel through diverse territorial regions had offered numerous opportunities to apply lessons learned beneath the watchtower's silent guardian. Now, approaching what would serve as his base of operations for the next phase of territorial service, Thomas found his perception automatically seeking signs of the deeper arrangements that Marcus Whitfield and Martha Henley had taught him to recognize within apparently ordinary landscape. The mesa's distinctive geography, its elevated position offering commanding views of surrounding valleys, its isolated groves of ancient trees, its numerous springs feeding clear streams that sparkled in afternoon sunlight, suggested natural features that might attract forms of guardianship similar to what he had witnessed in the mountains. As his wagon descended the winding trail that led to the small settlement nestled at Silver Mesa's eastern edge, Thomas noticed something that made him slow his horses and listen with attention trained by months of nocturnal vigils. Carried on the evening breeze that stirred the mesa's scattered pines came the faint but unmistakable sound of bells. Not the heavy bronze tolling of church bells or the sharp clarity of school bells, but something lighter, more musical, like wind chimes crafted from precious metal and tuned to harmonies that seemed to resonate with the landscape itself. The sound faded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving Thomas uncertain whether he had heard actual bells or perhaps the natural music created by wind moving through rock formations or metallic minerals exposed in the mesa's weathered stone faces. Yet something about the quality of those brief notes suggested intentional rather than accidental creation, music that carried purpose beyond mere acoustic phenomenon, produced by atmospheric pressure and geological features. Drawing closer to the settlement that would serve as his supply base and communication point with territorial headquarters, Thomas found himself anticipating the educational opportunities that Silver Mesa might provide. His mountain experience had taught him that landscapes possessing unusual natural features often attracted forms of consciousness that maintained balance and harmony through methods exceeding ordinary human understanding. The mysterious bells, whether real or imagined, suggested Silver Mesa might harbor its own traditions of guardianship, worthy of respectful observation and careful learning. The sun was setting behind distant peaks as Thomas guided his wagon into the settlement's single street, painting Silver Mesa's distinctive rock formations in shades of gold and rose that explained the plateau's name while creating atmosphere of quiet beauty that reminded him of evening vigils shared with the great owl beneath stars that blazed in mountain clarity. Here too, consciousness might find teachers willing to provide instruction in natural wisdom that would deepen understanding begun in previous assignment while preparing him for whatever challenges lay ahead in his continuing territorial service. As twilight deepened and the first stars appeared above Silver Mesa's elevated horizon, Thomas thought he heard again those mysterious bells, their gentle music floating across the plateau like a welcoming song that promised new mysteries to contemplate and fresh wisdom to discover in this land of weathered stone and ancient trees, where consciousness might once again find guidance from natural teachers whose lessons transcended ordinary human understanding of wilderness and its deeper purposes. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the high desert as Samuel Blackwood guided his weathered packhorse along the familiar trail that wound towards Silver Mesa's eastern approach. At 62, Samuel carried himself with the quiet dignity of a man who had spent 4 decades leading others through the untamed territories of the American frontier. His face, bronzed by countless days under relentless sun and etched with lines that spoke of both hardship and wonder, bore the unmistakable mark of someone who had found his life's purpose in vast, open spaces. Behind him, Packhorse carried everything Samuel owned, a modest collection of possessions accumulated over decades of guiding settlers, prospectors, and adventurers through mountain passes and desert valleys. Tomorrow, he would board the eastbound train at Strawberry Station, beginning a journey that would carry him back to the settled lands of his youth, where a small inheritance from a deceased sister awaited his claim. The frontier chapter of his life was ending, and with it a way of being that had defined his identity for longer than he could easily remember. Yet tonight, Samuel had one final pilgrimage to complete before leaving the territories forever. Silver Mesa, rising like a massive altar from the surrounding desert, had called to him for reasons he couldn't fully articulate. Something about this place, perhaps its austere beauty, perhaps the legends that surrounded it, demanded a proper farewell from someone who had spent so many years in respectful communion with the wilderness. The trail began its gradual ascent toward the Mesa's distinctive plateau, winding between towering columns of red sandstone that had been carved by wind and water into cathedral-like formations. Late afternoon light transformed these natural sculptures into glowing monuments, their surfaces painted in shades of gold and amber that seemed to emanate their own inner illumination. Samuel had traveled this route perhaps a dozen times over the years, always marveling at the mesa's capacity to inspire both humility and reverence in those who approached with appropriate respect. As his horse picked its way carefully along the rocky path, Samuel's thoughts drifted to the stories he had heard about Silver Mesa, tales whispered around campfires by old-timers who claimed knowledge of mysteries that newer arrivals couldn't comprehend. Most intriguing among these legends concerned bells that allegedly rang each evening as sunset claimed the surrounding landscape, their tones echoing through the canyons with haunting clarity despite the absence of any visible source. Some claimed the sounds originated from a lost Spanish mission built centuries ago by Franciscan friars who had sought to establish a foothold of faith in this remote wilderness. Others insisted the bells were natural phenomena, wind patterns interacting with rock formations in ways that produced musical tones under specific atmospheric conditions. A few old prospectors swore the sounds came from ghostly remnants of a settlement destroyed during territorial conflicts, its inhabitants' final prayers preserved in eternal repetition across the desert air. Samuel had never personally heard these mysterious bells, though he had camped within Silver Mesa's vicinity on several occasions. Yet something about the legend had captured his imagination, perhaps because it seemed to embody the frontier's essential character, that sense of mystery and possibility that existed alongside harsh realities of survival and progress. Whether the bells were real or imaginary mattered less than what they represented. The idea that certain places held memories, echoes of human experience that transcended ordinary time and continued to resonate for those who knew how to listen. The trail leveled as it reached the mesa's edge, revealing a natural campsite that had obviously served countless travelers over the years. A ring of blackened stones marked where previous fires had warmed countless evenings, while scattered evidence, bent horseshoe nails, fragments of worn leather, occasional lost buttons, testified to the site's long history as a resting place for those who sought Silver Mesa's particular form of solitude. Samuel dismounted with practiced ease, his movements efficient despite his advancing years. The familiar routine of establishing camp provided welcome structure after a day of contemplation about endings and transitions. He unsaddled his mount, staked the animal near a small seep that provided adequate water, and began gathering dead wood for the evening fire. These simple tasks, repeated thousands of times across 4 decades of frontier life, offered comfort through their predictable necessity. As he worked, Samuel became aware of approaching hoofbeats, the measured cadence of a single rider moving at unhurried pace along the trail he had recently traversed. Frontier courtesy dictated welcoming solitary travelers, particularly in remote locations, where mutual assistance might prove essential for survival. Yet something about the approaching rider suggested deliberate destination rather than casual encounter, as if Silver Mesa had drawn another pilgrim for its own mysterious purposes. The rider who emerged from late afternoon shadows appeared to be a young man, perhaps 25 years old, leading a string of pack mules with the practiced competence that marked professional freight haulers. He sat his saddle with the easy confidence of someone born to horseback life, his clothing practical and well-maintained despite obvious wear from extensive trail use. Most notably, his approach carried none of the wariness that characterized most frontier encounters between strangers, instead suggesting someone who had already identified Samuel as worthy of trust. "Evening," the young man called, raising his hand in the universal gesture of peaceful intention. "Mind if I share your camp? This looks like the finest spot for miles, and my animals could use the water." Samuel nodded welcome, appreciating both the courtesy of the request and the practical assessment that had guided it. "Plenty of room," he replied, gesturing toward the natural camping area. Samuel Blackwood, been guiding folks through these territories for more years than I care to count. "Thomas Moreno," the younger man responded, dismounting and beginning the efficient process of caring for his animals. "Been running freight between the mining camps and railway stations, mostly supplies going up, silver and copper coming down. Hard work, but honest living." As Thomas established his portion of their shared camp, Samuel noted the practiced economy of his movements and the obvious care he showed for his pack animals. These details spoke favorably of character. A man who treated his livestock well could generally be trusted to extend similar consideration to human companions. "You come to Silver Mesa for any particular reason?" Samuel asked, as they worked side by side to prepare the area for evening occupation. "Not exactly on the main freight routes from what I understand." Thomas paused in his work, glancing toward the massive rock formation that dominated their surroundings. "He heard stories about this place," he admitted. "Old-timers in the camps talk about bells that ring at sunset, mysterious sounds that some say bring peace to troubled minds. Figured it might be worth experiencing before the territory changes too much more." Samuel felt a moment of recognition. Here was someone else drawn by the same legends that had motivated his own pilgrimage. "You've never heard them yourself?" "No," Thomas replied, shaking his head, "but my grandfather used to tell stories about sacred places throughout these lands, locations where something beyond ordinary experience could be found by those who approached with proper respect. Silver Mesa sounds like that kind of place." This thoughtful response elevated Samuel's estimation of his unexpected camping companion. Too many young men of Thomas's generation approached frontier mysteries with either cynical dismissal or sensation. Thomas seemed to possess that rarer quality, genuine reverence for possibilities beyond immediate understanding. combined with patience to let experiences unfold according to their own natural rhythms. As twilight began its gradual transformation of the desert landscape, both men completed their camp preparations and settled near the growing warmth of their shared fire. The surrounding silence felt profound rather than empty, not the absence of sound, but the presence of deep quiet that seemed to emanate from the massive rock formations around them. Occasionally, distant coyote calls punctuated this stillness, their voices carrying haunting beauty across miles of open territory. "What brings you to Silver Mesa?" Thomas asked, accepting a cup of coffee from Samuel's well-traveled pot. "Besides the bells, I mean. You've got the look of someone saying goodbye to something important." Samuel appreciated the perceptive observation, recognizing in Thomas someone whose youth hadn't prevented development of genuine insight regarding human nature. "Leaving the territories," he acknowledged simply. 40 years of guiding folks through country that's changing faster than I can keep pace with. Time to find different purposes for whatever years remain." Thomas nodded, understanding, neither offering false reassurance nor pressing for details that Samuel might prefer to keep private. Instead, he gazed thoughtfully towards Silver Mesa's imposing silhouette, now beginning to capture the golden light of approaching sunset. "Must be hard," Thomas finally observed, "leaving behind something that's been your whole life for so long." "Yes and no," Samuel replied after a consideration. "Hard to leave, but also ready to accept what comes next. The frontier taught me that fighting inevitable change usually causes more suffering than accepting it with grace. The trick is knowing which changes are truly inevitable and which are simply convenient excuses for avoiding necessary effort." This philosophical perspective seemed to resonate with Thomas, who nodded thoughtfully before sharing his own related observation. "My grandfather always said the desert teaches patience, that rushing leads to mistakes, while waiting for proper timing usually reveals better opportunities than forcing them." Samuel smiled, recognizing wisdom that transcended age through its connection to universal truths about existence in challenging environments. "Your grandfather sounds like he understood these territories well. Was he from this region originally?" "New Mexico, mostly," Thomas explained. "But he traveled throughout the Southwest, working various trades before settling into freight hauling like I do now. He said certain places hold memories that speak to people who know how to listen. That Silver Mesa was one of those places where the past hasn't finished teaching the present." As if summoned by this reference to Silver Mesa's legendary qualities, the sun began its final descent toward the western horizon, painting the surrounding landscape in progressively warmer tones. Both men fell naturally silent, drawn into contemplation by the spectacular beauty unfolding around them. The massive rock formations seemed to glow from within, its surfaces reflecting and amplifying the sunset's golden illumination until the entire mesa appeared transformed into something more than mere geological accident. Samuel found himself listening with heightened attention, waiting for sounds that might or might not manifest as darkness gradually claimed their surroundings. The transition from day to night in high desert country possessed particular magic. A gradual shift in atmosphere that seemed to thin the boundaries between ordinary reality and whatever lay beyond conventional perception. Minutes passed in comfortable silence as both men watched the sun disappear behind distant peaks, leaving the sky painted in bands of orange, purple, and deep blue that gradually darkened toward black. Stars began appearing with the remarkable clarity possible only in regions far from artificial illumination, their presence serving as gentle reminder of the vast scales within which human concerns existed. Then, just as full darkness settled over Silver Mesa, both men heard it simultaneously, the distant, crystalline sound of bells ringing across the desert air. Not loud, but unmistakably present, the tones seemed to emerge from multiple directions at once, creating harmonious echoes that resonated between the canyon walls before fading into silence that felt somehow more complete than before. Thomas sat perfectly still, his expression reflecting wonder and reverence as the mysterious sounds continued for perhaps 2 minutes before gradually diminishing into memory. Samuel listened with equal attention, finding in the ethereal music something that seemed to address directly his current life transition, a sense of blessing or benediction that acknowledged both endings and beginnings with equal grace. "The bells," Thomas whispered when silence returned, his voice carrying appropriate awe for what they had just experienced. Samuel nodded, feeling unexpected emotion tighten his throat. After decades of hearing others describe these sounds, he had finally been granted personal experience of Silver Mesa's legendary music. The reality exceeded every description, not because the bells were louder or more beautiful than reported, but because they carried qualities that defied adequate verbal expression. "More beautiful than I imagined," he managed finally, "and stranger. They seemed to come from everywhere at once. Like the mesa itself was singing." Thomas agreed, gazing toward the towering rock formation that loomed above their camp. "I understand now why people make pilgrimages here. Those sounds, they felt ancient, older than the missions, older than human settlement entirely." Samuel considered this assessment, finding it aligned with his own impression of the bell's fundamental nature. They had possessed qualities that suggested origins preceding human presence in this region, as if the sounds emerged from the landscape itself rather than from any structure or instrument created by people. They sat in contemplative silence for several minutes, each processing the experience according to his own framework of understanding. Finally, Samuel rose to add wood to their fire, the practical necessity providing gentle transition from transcendent experience back to ordinary requirements of camp life. "What do you think they are?" Thomas asked as Samuel settled back near the warming flames. "Really, I mean, beyond the stories and legends." Samuel considered the question carefully, recognizing its legitimacy while acknowledging inherent limitations in any definitive answer. "I'm not sure it matters what they are," he replied thoughtfully. "What matters is what they do, the effect they have on people who hear them. Tonight they gave us both something we needed, even if we can't name exactly what that was." Thomas nodded acceptance of this perspective, seeming to understand that some experiences transcended analytical explanation while remaining profoundly meaningful. "He felt like permission," he offered hesitantly, "like blessing for whatever comes next, whether we understand it completely or not." "Yes," Samuel agreed, recognizing the accuracy of Thomas's characterization. The bells had indeed conveyed a sense of benediction, acknowledgement of life's ongoing transitions coupled with assurance that change, however difficult, participated in patterns larger and more benevolent than individual understanding could encompass. As the evening progressed, their conversation meandered through topics that seemed naturally appropriate for their shared experience. Thomas spoke of his hopes for expanding his freight business, perhaps eventually establishing regular routes that would serve the growing communities throughout the territory. Samuel shared memories of particular places and experiences from his decades of guiding, offering perspective that only long familiarity with the frontier could provide. Neither man felt compelled to analyze their experience with the bells beyond what had already been acknowledged. Instead, the mysterious sounds seemed to have created space for deeper conversation, the kind of exchange possible only between people who had shared something beyond ordinary occurrence. Their talk moved easily between practical concerns and philosophical reflection, creating connections that might have taken weeks to develop under normal circumstances. "Have you given thought to what you'll do back in settled country?" Thomas asked during a comfortable lull in their conversation. 40 years out here must make regular civilization seem strange." Samuel smiled at the observation, appreciating its accuracy despite the challenges it represented. "Honestly, no clear plans beyond claiming my inheritance and finding somewhere quiet to spend whatever years remain. The East will feel foreign after so long out here, but perhaps that's part of what I need. Distance from familiar routines to discover what else might be possible." "Maybe you won't stay east," Thomas suggested. "Maybe you'll find that the frontier taught you things that civilized places need to learn. Could be your next purpose is sharing that knowledge instead of simply ending the chapter." This possibility hadn't occurred to Samuel, yet something about Thomas's suggestion resonated with unexpected appeal. He had indeed accumulated knowledge and perspective that might prove valuable beyond personal application. Understanding about respect for land, patience with uncertainty, appreciation for experiences that couldn't be easily categorized or commercialized. Teaching, he mused aloud, though not in formal classrooms. Maybe writing, or finding other ways to preserve what's being lost as the territories become more settled and standardized. Thomas nodded enthusiastic agreement. Exactly. The stories, the wisdom, the proper ways of approaching places like Silver Mesa. Someone needs to remember these things and pass them on, or they'll disappear entirely. As if responding to this conversation about preservation and memory, the bells rang again, softer this time, more distant, but unmistakably present across the desert air. Both men listened in reverent silence, allowing the ethereal sounds to wash over them without attempting to capture or analyze the experience. When the music faded, Samuel felt a profound sense of completion that went beyond mere satisfaction. The bells had provided something he hadn't known he needed, not just beautiful sounds to mark his farewell to frontier life, but insight regarding potential continuity between his past experiences and future possibilities. "I think they approve," Thomas said quietly, his words carrying gentle humor while acknowledging something deeper than jest. Samuel laughed softly, finding appropriate both the lightness and the underlying seriousness of the observation. "Perhaps they do, or perhaps they're simply reminding us that endings and beginnings often appear different than expected." They maintained their evening vigil until late, neither wanting to end prematurely, an experience that felt uniquely significant. The bells rang twice more during those hours, once as a brief, single tone that seemed to acknowledge their continued presence, and again as a longer sequence that felt unmistakably like farewell. When they finally prepared for sleep, both men felt changed by their shared experience in ways that would require time to fully understand. Samuel unrolled his bedding with movements that felt ceremonial rather than merely practical, as if preparing for rest that would mark transition between one phase of existence and whatever lay beyond. "Thank you," Thomas said simply as they settled for the night, "for sharing this camp and for the conversation. Tonight felt important in ways I can't quite explain." Samuel nodded understanding, feeling similarly grateful for companionship that had enhanced rather than diminished their encounter with Silver Mesa's mysteries. "Likewise," he replied. "Sometimes the right people appear at exactly the right moments, even when we don't know we need them." Sleep came peacefully to both men, their rest undisturbed by the winds that occasionally stirred through the desert night or the distant sounds of wildlife maintaining their eternal routines. Dreams, when they came, carried traces of bell music and golden light, weaving experiences of the day into deeper patterns of meaning that conscious minds might not easily access. Morning arrived with characteristic desert clarity, the sun emerging above eastern peaks to illuminate Silver Mesa in entirely different colors than those that had marked the previous evening. Where sunset had painted the massive formation in warm golds and ambers, dawn revealed cooler tones, silver and pale blue that gave the rock its distinctive name, while creating atmosphere entirely distinct from twilight's magic. Both men woke refreshed, moving through morning routines with the efficient purposefulness that frontier life demanded. Yet something of the previous evening's transcendent quality lingered in their interactions, creating subtle ceremony even in ordinary activities like preparing coffee and sharing breakfast. "Will you be traveling this way again?" Samuel asked as they prepared to part company, Thomas heading north toward mining camps while Samuel would continue south toward Strawberry Station. "Eventually," Thomas replied. "My routes bring me through this region several times each year. I'll make point of stopping at Silver Mesa again, especially during sunset. After last night, this place feels important, like somewhere I need to maintain connection with." Samuel nodded, understanding, recognizing in Thomas someone who had been genuinely changed by their shared experience. "When you do return, listen carefully. I suspect the bells have more to teach than what we learned in single evening." "What about you?" Thomas asked. "Think you'll find your way back to the territories someday?" Samuel considered the question, finding his answer somewhat surprising given his apparent certainty about leaving frontier life behind. "Possibly," he admitted. "Last night suggested that some connections transcend simple geography. Even if I settle elsewhere permanently, part of me will remain out here, and part of this country will stay with me wherever I go." This acknowledgement felt like important recognition that endings rarely represented complete discontinuity, but rather transitions between different forms of relationship. Samuel's frontier experiences wouldn't disappear simply because he relocated to settled regions. Instead, they would continue influencing his perspective and possibilities in ways he was only beginning to understand. They parted with handshakes and mutual wishes for safe traveling, each carrying away memories that would undoubtedly deepen with time. Samuel watched Thomas disappear north with his pack train, before turning his own attention to final preparations for the journey to Strawberry Station. As he loaded his pack horse and prepared to leave Silver Mesa behind, Samuel felt compelled to pause for final acknowledgement of the place that had provided such unexpected gifts. Standing at the edge of the natural campsite, he gazed up at the towering rock formation while listening carefully for any lingering traces of the previous evening's mysterious music. Nothing sounded except normal desert morning sounds. Birds beginning their daily routines, slight breeze stirring through juniper branches, distant movement of small animals going about their essential business. Yet absence of the bells didn't diminish their continuing presence in Samuel's memory and awareness. Like Thomas had suggested, Silver Mesa now felt permanently important, a place he would carry within himself regardless of physical distance. "Thank you," he said quietly, addressing the mesa itself with same sincerity he might show a human benefactor. The words felt appropriate rather than foolish, recognition that certain places deserved acknowledgement for gifts they offered those who approached with proper respect. The trail away from Silver Mesa seemed different during morning departure than it had during previous evening's approach, not because geography had changed, but because Samuel's relationship with the landscape had been fundamentally altered by his experience with the bells. He rode with heightened awareness of details that might previously have escaped notice, finding beauty and significance in rock formations, plant growth patterns, and the quality of morning light that suggested the entire desert had become more vivid and meaningful. This enhanced perception continued throughout his journey towards Strawberry Station, transforming what might have been routine travel into something approaching pilgrimage or celebration. Every vista revealed new dimensions of beauty, every sound carried potential significance, and the overall experience of moving through familiar territory felt charged with possibilities he was only beginning to recognize. By afternoon, the railway station came into view, a modest collection of buildings that represented connection between territorial isolation and the broader networks of commerce and communication that were rapidly transforming the American West. Yet rather than feeling eager to begin his eastward journey, Samuel found himself reluctant to leave behind the heightened awareness that had followed him from Silver Mesa. At the station, he learned that the next eastbound train wouldn't arrive until the following morning, requiring overnight stay in the small settlement that had grown around the railway facility. Rather than feeling inconvenient, this delay offered welcome opportunity to process his recent experiences before embarking on the major life transition that train travel would represent. That evening, Samuel sat on the hotel porch, watching sunset paint the western sky while reflecting on the previous night's encounter with Silver Mesa's mysterious bells. The sounds had provided something he hadn't realized he needed. Not just beautiful experience to mark his departure from frontier life, but insight regarding continuity between past and future possibilities. Thomas's suggestion about teaching or preserving frontier wisdom had continued developing in Samuel's thinking throughout the day. Perhaps leaving the territories didn't require complete abandonment of everything they had taught him. Perhaps his next phase of life could involve finding ways to honor and share the understanding he had gained, rather than simply setting it aside as belonging to finished chapter. As he contemplated these possibilities, Samuel thought he heard faint echoes of bell music carried on the evening breeze, so distant they might have been imagination, yet somehow unmistakably connected to his experience at Silver Mesa. Whether real or remembered, the sounds reinforced his growing conviction that certain experiences transcended their original contexts to influence ongoing life in ways that time would reveal. The eastbound train arrived the following morning with characteristic fanfare. Steam, whistles, and mechanical sounds that represented dramatic contrast to desert silence Samuel had recently experienced. Yet as he settled into his seat for the journey ahead, he carried with him not just luggage and possessions, but expanded awareness that would influence whatever came next. Through the window, as the train began its eastward progress, Samuel caught final glimpse of Silver Mesa rising in the distance, like natural cathedral marking sacred space within the vast desert landscape. Though physically departing from the frontier, he felt certain that some essential part of him would remain connected to places like Silver Mesa, and that some essential part of such places now traveled with him toward whatever purposes awaited discovery. The bells had marked not ending but transformation, blessing a transition that honored both past experiences and future possibilities. In learning to listen properly, Samuel had discovered that farewells could simultaneously represent beginnings, and that the deepest forms of departure sometimes involved carrying forward rather than leaving behind the most meaningful aspects of experience. As the train gained speed and Silver Mesa disappeared beyond the horizon, Samuel settled back in his seat with unexpected peace regarding the journey ahead. The territorial chapter of his life was ending, but its influences would continue in ways he was only beginning to understand. The bells had taught him that some forms of belonging transcended simple geography, creating connections that distance couldn't diminish and time couldn't erase. Miles passed outside the window as the train carried him toward destinations both known and unknowable, while in his memory, the ethereal sounds of Silver Mesa's twilight bells continued their gentle music, blessing, guidance, and promise that the most important aspects of any place remained available to those who learned to carry them forward with appropriate reverence and care. 3 weeks after departing Silver Mesa, Samuel found himself in the unfamiliar surroundings of his sister's former home in Ohio, a modest dwelling surrounded by manicured gardens that represented everything the frontier was not. The inheritance proved more substantial than expected, including not only the house, but also careful documentation of family history stretching back generations. Among these papers, Samuel discovered something that would forever change his understanding of his recent desert experience. His sister, Margaret, whom he had barely known due to their separation by geography and circumstances, had apparently spent decades researching their family's genealogy. Her meticulous records revealed that their great-great-grandfather, Father Miguel Sebastian, had been a Franciscan missionary who established a small chapel near Silver Mesa in 1847. The mission, according to Margaret's research, had operated for only 3 years before being abandoned due to conflicts with territorial authorities and practical difficulties of maintaining religious presence in such remote location. More significantly, Father Miguel had commissioned a set of 7 bronze bells for his chapel, bells crafted by artisans in Santa Fe, using techniques inherited from Spanish colonial traditions. The bells had been blessed in elaborate ceremony before being installed in the modest tower of the Silver Mesa Mission, where they called faithful to prayer each evening as sunset painted the surrounding desert in colors that seemed to emerge from divine palette. Samuel read these revelations with growing amazement, understanding for the first time that his mysterious encounter at Silver Mesa carried familial significance he couldn't have imagined. The bells he and Thomas had heard weren't merely atmospheric phenomena or folklore made manifest. They represented connection across generations to ancestors whose dedication to sacred purpose had somehow preserved itself through decades of abandonment and forgetting. Margaret's research included detailed drawings of the mission's layout, copied from territorial archives and supplemented by her own correspondence with local historians. The chapel had stood on Silver Mesa's eastern edge, positioned to catch morning light while offering dramatic views of surrounding desert landscape. Father Miguel had chosen the location specifically for its combination of practical advantages and spiritual inspiration, believing that places of natural beauty enhanced, rather than distracted from, religious contemplation. According to surviving records, the mission had served not only territorial settlers but also members of various indigenous communities who found Father Miguel's approach to faith more respectful of their own spiritual traditions than typical missionary efforts. The evening bell service had evolved into a unique ceremony that incorporated elements from multiple cultural backgrounds, creating form of worship that honored both Christian doctrine and indigenous wisdom regarding sacred relationship with land. The mission's end had come not through dramatic conflict, but gradual abandonment, as political changes made Father Miguel's position increasingly difficult to maintain. Rather than remove the bells, he had chosen to leave them in place as continuing blessing upon the land and all who might encounter their music in years to come. His final journal entry, preserved in territorial archives, expressed hope that future generations would discover meaning in the bell's continuing presence, even if the formal mission could no longer be sustained. Samuel set down Margaret's research papers with hands that trembled slightly from emotion rather than age, Everything he had experienced at Silver Mesa suddenly revealed deeper layers of significance. Not coincidence that had drawn him to that particular place for farewell to frontier life, but unconscious response to ancestral connection that transcended ordinary understanding of family heritage. The bells Thomas and he had heard represented more than mysterious phenomena or beautiful conclusion to his territorial experiences. They embodied continuing influence of ancestor whose dedication to bridging different worlds, Spanish and indigenous, settled and nomadic, sacred and practical, had somehow persisted through generations to touch descendants who carried similar concerns in their own context. Over the following days, Samuel found himself drawn repeatedly to Margaret's research, discovering details that illuminated not only their family history, but also broader patterns of cultural interaction throughout the territorial period. Father Miguel emerged from these records as a remarkably progressive figure who had understood that lasting spiritual influence required adaptation to local conditions, rather than rigid imposition of foreign practices. The missionaries' journals described evening bell ceremonies that incorporated indigenous prayers for land protection, alongside traditional Christian blessings, creating synthesis that honored multiple traditions while maintaining essential spiritual purpose. These services had attracted participants from various backgrounds, who found in the mission's inclusive approach something missing from more doctrinaire religious offerings available elsewhere in the territory. Samuel realized that his own career as territorial guide had paralleled his ancestors' work in significant ways. Both had served as bridges between different worlds, helping people navigate unfamiliar territory while respecting the complex relationships that existed between human communities and natural landscapes. The bells had recognized this continuity, offering acknowledgement of shared purpose across generations. This understanding transformed Samuel's perception of his current life transition, from simple ending to potential continuation of family legacy in new form. Perhaps his next chapter wouldn't involve complete departure from frontier experiences, but rather finding ways to honor and preserve the bridging work that had characterized both his own career and his ancestors' mission. He began writing, first tentative journal entries exploring his recent discoveries, then more structured attempts to capture the wisdom he had accumulated through decades of territorial life. The writing came easily, flowing from deep well of experience that had been waiting for appropriate form of expression. Stories of places encountered, people guided, challenges overcome, and mysteries witnessed filled page after page with detail that surprised him through its clarity and completeness. Thomas had been right about the need for preservation of frontier understanding before it disappeared entirely beneath waves of modernization and standardization. Samuel's writing revealed knowledge that extended far beyond practical skills of trail navigation or weather prediction, to encompass deeper awareness of how humans could live respectfully within landscapes that demanded humility and adaptation rather than domination. As autumn progressed into winter, Samuel's project expanded beyond personal memoir toward comprehensive guide for those who would continue inhabiting and traveling through territorial regions. He wrote about reading weather signs, finding water in desert country, understanding animal behavior that could indicate danger or opportunity, and recognizing plant communities that suggested particular geological or climatic conditions. More importantly, he wrote about approaches to unknown territory that honored both practical necessity and spiritual dimension of landscape encounter. Like his ancestor, Father Miguel, Samuel had learned that lasting relationship with challenging environments required synthesis of different forms of knowledge rather than reliance on single perspective or methodology. His chapters on respect for indigenous wisdom drew heavily from years of interaction with tribal guides, who had shared understanding unavailable through European degree traditions. Samuel wrote carefully about these exchanges, ensuring that he presented indigenous knowledge with appropriate attribution while avoiding appropriation of sacred elements not intended for broader sharing. Similarly, his discussions of Spanish colonial influences acknowledged debt to vaquero traditions that had shaped territorial ranching and navigation practices. Samuel had learned much from Mexican California cattlemen, whose families had worked these lands for generations before American territorial acquisition, and his writing gave proper credit to their contributions while describing how different cultural approaches could be productively combined. The writing project consumed Samuel's winter months, filling the Ohio house with maps, journals, reference materials, and correspondence with territorial historians who could verify or supplement his recollections. What had begun as personal exploration evolved into substantial manuscript that could serve multiple purposes: historical record, practical guide, and philosophical reflection on proper relationship between humans and challenging environments. Spring brought an unexpected letter from Thomas Moreno, who had somehow tracked Samuel's location through territorial postal networks and railroad correspondence systems. The young muleteer wrote that he had returned to Silver Mesa several times during winter months, continuing to hear the mysterious bells while developing deeper appreciation for their significance within broader patterns of territorial history and cultural interaction. Thomas had also begun his own research into local legends and historical records, discovering accounts of Father Miguel's mission that corroborated much of what Samuel had learned through his sister's genealogical work. More intriguingly, Thomas had encountered elderly Native American storyteller who possessed oral traditions about the Silver Mesa bells that extended their significance beyond Christian missionary context into older frameworks of spiritual relationship with specific landscapes. According to these indigenous accounts, Silver Mesa had been recognized as sacred site long before European contact, serving as location where different tribal communities would gather for ceremonies that honored shared spiritual understanding despite cultural differences. The bells installed by Father Miguel had been accepted by indigenous participants not as foreign intrusion, but as continuation of existing tradition using new form of musical expression. This revelation added another layer to Samuel's understanding of his Silver Mesa experience and its connection to ancestral legacy. Father Miguel hadn't imposed European religious practice upon indigenous sacred site, but had recognized existing sanctity and found ways to honor it through synthesis that respected multiple traditions. The continuing presence of the bells represented success of this inclusive approach, creating spiritual heritage that transcended specific cultural boundaries. Thomas's letter also described his own evolving relationship with frontier territories and growing interest in preserving traditional knowledge before modernization eliminated access to older ways of understanding landscape and community. He had begun documenting stories told by elderly residents of mining camps and trading posts, collecting accounts of territorial life that might otherwise disappear as original settlers died or relocated to more civilized regions. The parallel between Thomas's collecting work and Samuel's writing project suggested broader pattern of recognition among those who had experienced frontier life deeply rather than superficially. Perhaps the mysterious influence of places like Silver Mesa extended beyond individual encounters to inspire ongoing efforts at preservation and bridge building among various communities of people who valued territorial wisdom. Samuel wrote immediately to Thomas, sharing details of his genealogical discoveries and proposing collaboration between their respective documentation projects. The combination of Samuel's historical perspective and Thomas's continuing territorial presence could produce more comprehensive record than either could create independently, while their shared experience at Silver Mesa provided spiritual foundation for work that might otherwise remain merely academic. Thomas's enthusiastic response arrived within weeks, proposing that they meet during summer at Silver Mesa to continue their research while honoring the site that had initially brought them together. This suggestion appealed strongly to Samuel, who had increasingly felt that his Ohio residence represented temporary pause rather than permanent destination in ongoing journey that wasn't yet complete. The reunion at Silver Mesa took place in late June as desert landscape reached full summer intensity that required careful timing of travel and camping to avoid dangerous heat exposure. Samuel's return to familiar territory felt simultaneously like homecoming and adventure, reacquainting him with physical demands and spiritual rewards of frontier life, while confirming that his eastern sojourn had enhanced rather than diminished his appreciation for territorial experiences. Thomas appeared at their designated meeting point, having matured considerably during the months since their previous encounter, his increased confidence and capability evident in improved equipment, expanded pack train, and more sophisticated approach to territorial travel. Yet essential qualities that had made him worthy camping companion remained unchanged: respect for mystery, willingness to listen, and genuine appreciation for experiences that couldn't be easily categorized or commercialized. Their second evening at Silver Mesa proved as extraordinary as their first, with bells ringing at sunset while both men listened with deepened understanding of their historical and spiritual significance. The sounds seemed richer this time, more complex in their harmonies and more clearly connected to broader patterns of cultural interaction that had shaped territorial development across multiple generations. During the days that followed, Samuel and Thomas explored sites throughout the Silver Mesa region, locating remains of Father Miguel's mission and documenting physical evidence of indigenous ceremonial use that preceded and continued alongside Christian presence. Their investigation revealed extensive network of sacred sites connected through traditional travel routes that had facilitated cultural exchange long before European contact. These discoveries provided concrete foundation for a collaborative documentation project that would combine Samuel's written record with Thomas's continuing fieldwork to create comprehensive resource regarding territorial heritage. They agreed that their work should honor multiple cultural perspectives while serving practical needs of contemporary travelers who sought to understand and respect the complex histories embedded within seemingly empty landscapes. As summer progressed, Samuel found himself increasingly committed to returning permanently to territorial life, rather than continuing Eastern residence that felt artificial despite its material comforts. The collaboration with Thomas had revealed ongoing purposes that required presence within frontier regions, while his writing project demanded continued access to places and people that embodied knowledge he sought to preserve. By autumn, Samuel had established permanent base near Silver Mesa, creating modest homesteads that could serve both as research center and way station for travelers who shared their interests in territorial heritage and landscape wisdom. Thomas adjusted his freight routes to provide regular connection between Samuel's isolated location and various communities that could benefit from their collaborative documentation efforts. Their work attracted attention from territorial historians, government surveyors, and occasional Eastern scholars who recognized value in systematic preservation of frontier knowledge before modernization eliminated access to traditional understanding. Yet Samuel and Thomas remained most committed to serving practical needs of contemporary territorial residents, who required reliable information about navigation, resource location, weather prediction, and respectful interaction with indigenous communities. The bells of Silver Mesa continued their evening music throughout these developments, providing spiritual foundation for work that might otherwise have remained merely intellectual exercise. Their mysterious presence reminded both men that knowledge worth preserving transcended simple information to encompass deeper wisdom about relationships between humans and places that demanded humility, patience, and reverence. Years passed as Samuel and Thomas developed their collaboration into recognized resource for territorial travelers, while maintaining primary focus on preservation of knowledge that connected past wisdom with contemporary needs. Their documentation project evolved into ongoing effort that attracted contributions from various cultural communities, creating synthesis that honored multiple perspectives while serving shared practical purposes. Samuel's ancestor, Father Miguel, would have recognized and approved the inclusive approach that characterized their work, bridge building between different traditions that respected essential values while adapting to changing circumstances. The bells he had blessed continued their evening benediction upon efforts that fulfilled his original vision of cultural synthesis and spiritual preservation within challenging but sacred landscapes. As Samuel entered his final years, he found deep satisfaction in knowing that his territorial experiences had contributed to ongoing legacy that transcended individual lifespan. The bells would continue ringing for future generations who approached Silver Mesa with appropriate respect, offering guidance and blessing to those who understood that certain places held wisdom worth preserving and sharing across boundaries of time, culture, and individual understanding. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.